Ciao, I'm Julia K. I'm glad you are here. Nobody has visited me in ages. It's been years now. I must tell you my story, but I don't know where to begin. There is so much that I should start from my childhood.
Graphics.
My memories of these times are vague. I only remember the summer of 1929, when they sent me off to stay with my nanny.
The summer of 1929, that good old Bryan Adams song. New chapter, the legend.
Nanny, will you tell me the story of the White Lady?
No, little sparrow. Not tonight. A fog is coming, see?
Yes. I know that when it's foggy, the lady kills young women. But why is she so evil?
You see, Julia, pain and suffering can make us do evil things, even if we're not actually bad.
Just
Bly
like
Manor
soldiers have
vibes.
to kill other soldiers. I like the lady, I've decided, Nanny. She must be in so much pain. The poor dear. She still scares me a little, though. Soon I'll be a young woman, and she could kill me. Does she kill those who love her?
Of course not.
That makes me feel better because I love her. But what about Martha? Would she be in danger?
Your sister is with your mother, so do not worry. Do you miss them?
No. I mean, yes, I miss Martha a little, but I love spending time with you.
Does anyone know what that
No.
board game is?
Go to sleep, little sparrow. It's getting late.
Okay, Nanny. I'll go to sleep.
Little
and dream
Sparrow,
of the
such an
lady.
adorable name to have as a
Was she
kid.
beautiful?
She was beautiful. Yes, very much so.
Then she'll be beautiful in my dreams. And will I be beautiful just like her?
You'll be even more beautiful.
Listen, Nanny. Since the lady won't harm me because I love her, and since you're not a young woman, could you tell me her story? Even if it's foggy outside. Please. Oh, please. Then I'll sleep. I promise.
Oh, all right. You always get your own way.
Goose Game, nice.
I loved Nanny and I loved that story. Every time I heard it, it sounded like a new and more mesmerizing tale. Every night I would ask her to tell me about it, even though it scared me. Even now I can remember every single day of that time and how happy I was.
Did you guys have a favourite story as a kid? I think mine was The Hungry Caterpillar. It's the one that I really remember. Ooh. I'm
According
in
to an
control.
ancient legend, the lakes of the area are haunted by the
Well, Timo.
spirit of a young woman who was killed by the man she loved.
I want to look up at Granny.
She was expecting a lover's
Oh, it's a
stroll
Tim
by the
Burton
lake,
book.
gazing out at the old tree growing on the lake's island.
Is it raining?
So much hope and desire, but death, not love, was awaiting her.
Speak up, keep listening. Speak.
Oh, the poor dear. That's not fair.
Life isn't fair, Poppet, but that's the way it is, and we must learn to deal with it.
Okay, I'll try. But it makes me so mad. Keep on reading, Nanny.
Poppet, it is Bly Manor. Hello, Poppet.
In despair, the man confessed he had killed her out of jealousy. So he was hanged on the small island, in the middle of the very same lake where he had killed the girl. They searched everywhere, but the girl's body was never found. Since then, her spirit, known as the White Lady, has been imprisoned in the depths of the lake. She grieves eternally for the loss of the man she loved. When fog arises, the White Lady is known to leave the waters of the lake and roam the woods, looking for her long-lost love. In vain. Within the fog of dawn, hunters
Her
have
face,
claimed to
though.
hear the wailing of a woman in the distance.
Where is she?
I'm a little scared of this story, even though I like
Yeah,
the
Grandma, like,
lady.
I sound like I'm
Should I
4.
stop reading, my little sparrow?
Why do you read
No,
this to me?
Nanny. Daddy always tells me that fear must be faced. Go ahead.
Okay, honey. Every time the sad memory of the night she perished stirs in her soul, she takes the life of a young woman by slaying such a life in its youth. Even just for an instant, the lady feels free from the burden of her pain.
Good night, Nanny.
Good night, my love.
Nana having nightmares. Oh, I love Beatrix
I
Potter
spent
as well.
almost 3 years with the nanny, but when I came home, I quickly forgot how to be happy. My memories do not return until 15 years later, in 1944, when I stayed in that house. I enjoyed setting up cameras in the woods by the lake. My father created a device that attached to the cameras. It would make them take pictures at set intervals. I was trying to photograph animals, or whatever else was in that damned place.
I feel like photography is such a cool hobby. Like, if I had the time, and probably, I guess, the free money as well, because you need to, like... I think photography is a pretty expensive hobby in terms of at least getting a camera, right? But... I always think it seems like a nice... It's like something to do while you go out, really. Go for a walk and... take some pictures and that.
Reel off the film.
Pretty nice graphics.
Open the camera. Remove the old roll of film.
Yeah.
Put the new film in.
Getting a photography lesson. Both together. There we go.
Close the camera. Load the film.
Ready. This match pretty much just started like 3 minutes ago.
Activate the timer. Almost ready. Now to bring the image into focus. There's something floating on the surface of the water.
Seen this? We did the demo
Rainbows
a few
around
months
here.
ago.
Let's see what it is.
Move the lens.
What? Is that a person? I must help them.
Oh yeah, I remember this now. I think this was where the demo started.
I was horrified at the idea that someone might have drowned in my lake. The lake was my world, where I would spend entire days daydreaming. I would lose myself in my thoughts, but that was a rude awakening. So terrible.
Stripping off before diving in. I feel like I could force myself to enjoy time in a lake, but then as soon as I felt something go past my leg, I'd be like, oh. And I'd get out. I'll paddle, you know?
I instantly noticed that the person was wearing one of my dresses. I was scared. I dragged that lifeless body as best as I could to the shore, trying not to drown myself. Only when I lifted her in my arms did I realize who she was. It was my sister, my twin, a part of me, dead.
Damn.
Impossible to comprehend. I was desperate. I didn't know what to do or to think. I have to stay calm. Martha is not dead. It's not possible.
Looks like she's been in there for a bit.
It's not true. There's no need to worry. Everything is fine. Everything will be fine. I have to stay calm. Martha is not dead.
Yoink.
Martha, February 26th, 1923.
That's like 2 days ago. Hey, happy birthday, Martha. Almost.
Is everything okay?
Are you hurt?
What are you doing?
Go, Eric, run!
My parents ran towards me. My mother hugged me. She, who detested me, was now cuddling me. Her warmth filled me with life, and the pain became bearable. I felt protected. Martha, are you okay? She asked me, speaking slowly in order to let me read her lips. She thought I was deaf. She thought I was Martha.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want the moment to fade.
She's pretending
So I
to be her
meekly
deaf
nodded my
twin.
head. I didn't realize I had done something that couldn't be undone.
Yeah, that'd be
I'd have to
weird if your mum
pretend
was
be
nice to your
Martha
twin, but not you.
forever.
The body. 1 day after Martha's death. Shall I do the sign of the cross? Let's play along.
O Lord, who gives life to the dying, let your sacrifice of love be offered for Martha's
Play along with the
soul.
religious shenanigans and
Into your
hijinks.
hands I also entrust my spirit, so that I may be reunited with her in perpetual light, to never suffer the desolation of purgatory. Please grant her eternal rest, O Lord, and may eternal light shine upon her.
Eric, did you remember to light the candles in the hall? People will be here soon.
Mummy always finds something for everyone to do.
Highlight points of interest. Hints can be disabled. Man, I'd be so creeped out if a body was just in the room like that, though.
What the hell? For a moment I thought I saw... No, that's not possible. It must be this whole situation making me see things that don't exist.
It's so peaceful.
July 17th, 1944. Our family is deeply saddened and is thinking
Telegrandma.
of you during this extremely difficult time. Ernesto E. and family. July 17th, 1944. Our hearts are with you and we share your grief in the wake of the tragic loss of your dearest Julia. Monsignor Attilio D.
Italian names are pretty cool, huh?
July 17th, 1944, Ministry of War. Director General for Conscripts and NCOs. We are grieving over your sudden loss, and we send you our heartfelt condolences. The Lieutenant Colonel Rapporteur.
Like Ernest, on its own, not a great name, sorry to any Ernests listening, but Ernesto, instantly better.
There's no reason to use the phone right now. An old painting. I find it so sad. It communicates a sense of deep solitude to me.
Mm-hmm.
I can't turn it off. We have to listen to the radio all of the time. Any news and announcements can be vital.
What have we got now? Why does it have the, like, places on it? Oh yeah, leave that. Now it's a party with a dead body in the room. Just chilling with the happy music. What's this? Papa, look. Papa.
Daddy must be devastated. He loves me. I messed up and now I have to watch him suffer my death. I can at least light the candles.
Oh, it's a
and let him find some
lighter.
comfort in sleep.
What a fancy lighter. Oh, the music stopped. Oh, there it is. Wow, 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 wow.
When you're done, can you come and get the flowers, please? Or send Martha if you like.
Do you know what's also interesting is how
Never a moment's peace.
the entire game is framed like... Do you see the frame? It's like we're in a photo or something. You see that? The black edges? It's like we're framed in a camera or something. Banger.
Daddy's oboe. We were preparing a really nice duet together. On the rare occasions he's at home, that is.
Daddy's oboe.
These hunting rifles are not Daddy's. He never went hunting. Nanny must have left them here. This painter was a friend of Grandpa's.
Is someone coming
I
to
always
get
loved
these
his
damn
paintings.
flowers?
As a child,
Mom, I'm
I
looking
used
at
to
the
look at them for hours.
pictures
when
and
Mummy
stuff.
asks for something, there's no escaping it.
Mummy.
Everything always has to be perfect with her.
Where do I put these? In there? On her head or something?
Parla Londra. Trasmettiamo alcuni messaggi speciali.
Where do these go?
Felice non è felice. È cessata la pioggia. La mia barba è bionda.
Where would you put flowers?
Parla Londra. Abbiamo trasmesso alcuni messaggi speciali.
Chuck them at Dad. Maybe back here somewhere. They're very pretty. What are these? Anyone know? Ah, here we go. Don't like being by this back gate.
What's happening? Who closed the door?
Rude.
Erich, wake up. Do you think it's appropriate to sleep here? Of all places?
What? Yes. I must have fallen asleep.
They're just going to discuss all the gossip because they think I'm deaf. Right?
What are they talking about?
You can't stay here forever. Why don't you go to bed?
No. I want to stay with my daughter.
Your daughter? Your daughter? You have another daughter, you know. The one who's still alive. Remember?
What are you talking about, Irena? Julia is dead. What kind of comment is that? How can you?
You should be thinking about Martha. Julia harmed Martha. You know that, right? And as if that were not enough, she has now also abandoned her.
It's the same old story. Everything is always Julia's fault, isn't it? Her fault for Martha being deaf and for you being infertile. Do you think it's the right time for this? Julia is dead, Irene. Dead. Someone killed her. Do you realize that?
Of course I realise. I get it. Do you think I'm stupid? No one understands it better than me. She always brought problems. Only problems. It would have been better if she hadn't been born at all. You're crazy.
I'm the crazy one?
Mama.
Me?
The emotion in his voice. I'm the crazy one.
They have done this to get at me, yes. Your death is all my fault. All I could ever do for you was hurt you, Julia. My poor, sweet, crazy girl. What will I do without you? What will life be like now?
It seems like each of them had their own preferred
All the
twin.
time I didn't spend with you. But now I'm home. We can go fishing together. We can take pictures of butterflies. No,
Is he going to weekend at Bernie's it?
we can't do anything together anymore, can we? Nothing.
Stop! I could have dropped my croissant.
I miss you, Julia. I miss you.
He said as he places a croissant in the coffin.
While
Oh.
American bombings
For a second,
continue
I
to
thought she was
devastate
about to
these
wake up. That
hotels
freaked me
within
out.
the Al-Sabah,
Thank you for the
we are
666
heard
zeal.
tragic
Appreciate
news
it.
from the area of La Ramola.
Hope you had a
The
lovely
young daughter
weekend.
of German Army General Erich Kay was murdered near her home. What possible reason could there have been behind such a cowardly act? This is what the Carabinieri, who immediately intervened, hope to find out.
Meow. I always think that,
Mother
like,
didn't seem to suffer from the situation. All she cared about was that my death was so painful for Martha. But not having me around anymore must have been a great relief to her. At the end of the day, it was better for everyone that it was me who died. And it was better for me too that people thought that. But the guilt began to consume me. That's when I started having horrible nightmares.
oh no, we're gonna have a nightmare. Oh. Martha. Martha. Why did you say that name? Has lost her soul. Like if you could, if you lived in another country and you could speak the language but people didn't think you could, and you could hear them like gossiping about you.
Martha has lost her soul. Martha has lost her soul.
Creepy.
Martha has lost her soul. Martha has lost her soul. Martha has lost her soul.
They. I. Stole. I put the screw in the tuna. Life. I stole a life. Damn it. Identity. Stole. Her. Identity. tune your ukulele. Jeez. Oh, there we go. Oh no! Brace yourselves, guys. This Face-Off reboot is really dark, huh? Is this the Nick Cage role? Jesus Christ. You guys eat today? I'm kind of hungry. Oh, that was cool. Oh. Mondays be like. Shouldn't laugh, sorry. Very serious. No, but it's not funny, is it? It's serious.
It was just a dream. A horrible dream. That horrendous woman and the face of my sister. I wish all of this was a dream and my sister is just sleeping in her bed. Instead, her bed is empty and this is reality.
Oh yeah, all the creepy pictures. Can I stand up?
This is Martha and me at the festival of the patron saint. It was only a few months ago, and now...
Julia.
Martha had asked for a picture of me to put in this frame. She wanted me to do one of those expressions of mine that made her laugh. Expressions that she couldn't quite imitate. She used to say that those were the signs of my soul. Can a photo capture the soul? Can I capture Martha's soul?
The room. Nice. This is a really nice room. Cottage vibes, you know? 5 stars on Airbnb. Off in the Italian countryside.
This is Martha's trinket box. It could contain something that will help to figure out what happened.
It's locked. Let's have a snoop.
Scary fairy tales. Everything seems to be scary lately. Yet everything here is so beautiful and bright.
Mm-hmm. Dude, what a lamp. Marta.
Even more scary fairy tales.
I don't know what that one is. That's what, Red Riding Hood? No idea. Anyone know what these tales are? I was going to say Pied Piper, but then I saw these were cows. Little cows. Don't know what that is. That's also Red Riding Hood, isn't it? Grandma. What's that cat? Puss in Boots? I don't know what that is.
It's July 18th.
Okay.
It's about 9:30.
9:30.
I always keep my trinket box locked. Oh gosh, if Mummy sees this picture, she'll throw it away for sure. It's me and Lapo. I want to see him as soon as possible so we can mourn Martha's death together. Nanny will be visiting me soon.
You got
The butterfly
butterflies.
collection that Daddy made for me.
Bugs. So wait, it was Martha who liked the creepy fairy tales, and we like bugs on our wall, apparently.
Can I be Martha without her clothes? Mummy never wanted us to swap, so I don't know how she will take it. I could wear Martha's clothes instead, in the other wardrobe.
I mean, we're pretending to be Martha, so we should probably wear Martha's clothes, no?
Martha's clothes. To me, wearing them will be like having her with me. Mummy will also be happy to see them.
Or do we want to
Or
upset
I could wear
Mummy?
my
I don't know.
clothes in the other wardrobe.
Ooh, this is a choice, eh? Well, let's see who has the better outfit. No, I don't like these colours. We're gonna go with this nice little dotty number here. Wonderful. Look pretty good. Okay, let's see if we can find a key then, eh?
Everything I need is always in my bag.
Open bag. You've opened Gulia's bag. Here you can find objects that Gulia always carries with her along with any picked up during the game. I see a key.
The key to my trinket box.
Nice box,
Here is
honestly.
my diary.
Let's have a read then.
July 12th, 1944. This is a new diary. We moved here today and I forgot my old one back at home. But that's okay. A new chapter in my life, a new diary. They say they brought us here for our own safety. Daddy, the war, and everything else. Nanny gave us her house and she went to look after the mansion. It's weird being back here after so many
Drink
years.
every time she says daddy.
I remember Nanny telling
We'll be on
me
the floor in
fairy
20
tale of
minutes.
The Lady of the Lake. It's one of the few happy memories I have from when I was little. Nanny isn't here and that's a shame, but Martha is here with me. I also get to see Lapo more often, which is wonderful. He's always hanging around here. Mum is thankfully too preoccupied with fixing up the house to worry about me. At least for now.
Bunnies.
July 16th, 1944.
The
There's
face,
something
dude.
creepy about the woods. Every time I'm at the lake, I get a strange feeling. Maybe it's the legend of the White Lady playing tricks on me. I get weird ideas. I think that there is this presence. Then I think I'm just being crazy. Anyway, crazy or not, I want to take some pictures. I'm not scared. In fact, I'd say I'm excited. I've made arrangements with Martha. She's coming to the lake with me tomorrow to set up 2 new cameras with timers, and we'll see what we can photograph. Not before a good swim, of course. To be honest, Martha doesn't like photography all that much, and recently she's gone off swimming too. But she does like spending time with me by teasing me. Then when she gets bored, she disappears into her books, and I do my own thing. We feel right when we're together.
Well, you would have to change your hobbies, wouldn't you, if you were pretending to be the other person?
Yes, Erie, I'll be right there. I'm just going upstairs to call Martha down for breakfast. Fine, but I'm not sure we should let her sleep all day. What do you think? What did you say?
Listening.
Okay, I won't wake her up. I'll just turn on her light. So when she wakes up, she'll know when to come down for breakfast.
They really think I'm Martha and I can't hear them. I need to be careful not to talk, or I will be in serious trouble.
Bright as anything out. What are you turning my light on for? A little signal.
How wonderful the snow is. Unfortunately, it doesn't snow often around here.
Thank you for the 250. Ah, that's when we went piggy dipping. In the winter of 39.
Dad loves these prints of Florence. I find them a bit sad.
Shift to run.
As a child, when I spent those short years with the nanny, this was my room. It's locked. Strange. Why did they lock my room?
'Cause you're dead. At least you're meant to be.
Martha's breakfast is ready. We can go.
Yes, yes. It's getting late.
Did you leave the newspaper for Martha? You know how much she likes reading it.
Yes,
She likes to do
Irene.
the Wordle.
It's on the table, can't you see?
And that camera, are you leaving it there?
Yes, Irene. Can't you leave it there for a few more days? Do you mind? It was for Julia. I will take it away soon. I promise. The thought makes me so sad. Seeing it there is as if... I don't know how to explain it.
All right, all
Dad's
right.
struggling.
All right, but let's go now. We have too much to do. We can't stay here all day talking.
Peeping round the corner.
Mummy is right, though. Martha always read everything. It's me who will now read the newspaper instead. They'll be out all day. The funeral preparations will take them a long time. Everything is more complex with the war. Over the next few days, I will see little to nothing of them.
Damn. Catwoman, thank you so much for the Prime, coming in with the 18 months double Twitch babies. Hope you've been keeping well. Thank you very, very much for the resub. Okay, see objectives. Martha always reads the newspaper. I have to do the same as her, so no one gets suspicious. Read the newspaper. I must put one of my photos in this empty frame. I always said to Martha I would, but I never did. I like to have my camera with me when you least expect it. The opportunity for the perfect shot presents itself. Okay, grab this.
For Julia, to take more and more photos. Dad.
What's for breakfast? Looks like some jam.
I can verify that the camera is still working by taking a photo. I could photograph a sparrow. There are so many of them out here.
Mm-hmm. Try the camera. Can I not do
There
anything
might
else in
be
the meantime?
birds around the little wall in front of the house. I always put crumbs on it for brutal assassination in San Casciano. Julia Kay, a young woman from a respectable family, brutally murdered near her home. Carabinieri investigates. A possible political motive emerges. Martha was not killed by politics or war. She was killed by something much closer and much less clear. I will find out the truth. Julia Kay. Distressed but supported by faith. Irene the mother, Erich the father, and Martha the sister sadly announced Julia's passing. The funeral will take place in La Romola, Thursday, July 20th.
What a much more
at
romantic
9:30
way of
PM,
pronouncing
departing
Irene.
from the property of the
Irene.
deceased.
Irene. Irene.
Chocolate, a privilege for few people in these times.
Damn, you got that chocky.
Bread, butter, jam, and coffee. Martha's typical breakfast. I
Mate, that
prefer
sounds
honey and
delicious.
milk, but I'll have to adapt to her tastes.
Like honey too.
obviously.
Take either one, it's fine. Alright, so looking for a sparrow to take a picture of. Fresh lemons. Make some lemonade. There we go. This little guy. What do you guys like on toast? What's the best thing? Definitely strawberry jam or honey. Or just butter has like gotta be. Ah, Q. Okay. You're about to use Julia's camera. It's a 1940 Rolleicord with a 120mm film. Use it to take photos throughout the game. Some photos have hidden elements that progress the game's story. Hold the camera, an icon will appear to indicate points of photographic interest. Press E to see your camera and any fitted attachments. Okie dokie. Look for the subject you want to photograph. Okay, you're about to take your first picture. To simplify the simulation, the picture preview displays the settings as you change them on your camera. In real life, the viewfinder's image is controlled by the secondary lens and only responds to focus. Okay, so you can do height. Oh my gosh. Bloody in a fighter jet. Okay, down. Prepare your first picture. Stand still and fine-tune the camera. Get artsy with it, you know? Advanced. Sure. I know what I'm doing. There we go. Instagram filter. Ah, yes, the aperture, which Opens and closes. I'm aware of this thing. Shall focus, focus, focus. Wonderful. Yep. Perfect adjustments there. Lovely. Congratulations. You've taken your first photo. Shoot as many photos as you want throughout the game. Remember that only a few will be critical to the story's progress, and you'll be learning how to develop the photos that you've taken.
Excellent. I've taken the picture. Now it's straight to the darkroom in the cellar to print it.
Look at this house. I have this all the way up, but her voice is a little quiet.
Daddy recently became a general in the German army.
Drink?
He used to take pictures on the front lines, but now he gives me the materials to take photographs instead. Now that Martha is gone, only this camera can fix my ideas and my memories. I can't allow myself to forget. I liked watching Nanny as she cooked. I always picked up loads of techniques.
Oh yeah, Marmite's good. I like a bit of Marmite. Like a very, very small amount. I can't have it anymore.
Old photographs that Father took of this house.
Oh my god, the body's still just chilling.
On the day of St. Alexis, the battle rages in the city tormented by Anglo-American
Florence, July 15th, 1944. General Erich K. As per our prior agreement, we are sending you military encrypted communication material. The device must remain hidden and secret. Hail. Feld Mascherello, Carl H.
We're the baddies. Have unlimited lemons. I had a lemon tree once and got a yield of lemons from it. Like a little one in a pot. And I think I made lemonade with them and it was really good. And then I forgot to water it and it died. And I had a chili plant once and I used those chilies to make chili stuff. And I think I used it in like a chili spaghetti and that was really nice. And then it died.
Daddy's canes. They are so beautiful, but I can't say why, but they have always scared me.
You know what else is dead? Martha. Oh. That'll be the old exposure there. And the aperture. Yeah, see? I know things. You know cameras. No zoom on this thing. Someone just comes in like, what are you doing? It's a hobby. What was I doing? Oh, going down to the basement, I think.
We are so lucky. In these difficult times, pantries are empty and people are going hungry. But with a German general for a father,
We privileged.
food is never scarce.
I am so lucky. I have a whole box of carrots. Simpler times.
Lorenzini haberdashery. 5 meters of grey cotton fabric. 6 meters of white linen fabric. 4 meters of green satin. Delivered on June 5th, 1944. In the event of an issue, contact us on the number 6987. And this red fabric? It's not been mentioned. Could this also be one of Mummy's, or could the nanny have left it here? Our wine. Daddy is so proud of it.
It's a lot of wine. Jeez. Alky.
Daddy set up his darkroom here. He doesn't take photos anymore because of his work, but photography is still his true passion. I'm allowed to use the darkroom when I want to.
Time for photography. This makes me think being in the darkroom doing this would be really peaceful. To develop a photo, you'll first have to use the enlarger. The enlarger is an optical instrument that allows you to process photographic paper. After shooting a photo, the film must be developed in several steps. This aspect has been omitted for the sake of simplicity, but in reality, the steps are as follows. Choose the image you want to print paper. The preview on the left side will help you choose. I love, dude, whoever made this game must be a photography buff, because I love the fact that it's like, listen, we know this is a game, so we've made it simple, but just so you know how it actually works, paragraph on what you actually have to do. Actually, the enlarger allows you to customize your photos even more. Choose on which part of the paper the picture will be printed, adjust the focus, and choose how long to expose the photographic paper. Use the controls and move the paper onto the bench. This music's lovely. When the 3 circles are aligned, the picture is focused. If you still see the image out of focus when aligned, you probably shot it that way. Play with the adjustment until you're happy. When you're ready, press space. Ah, ooh, okay, there you go. Nice. Bum 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 bum. Card position in focus. Okay, about there. And what do we do? Okay. When the red filter is removed, the image is exposed onto the paper. The process has been automated and made faster than what happens in real life. Wink, wink. Immerse the paper in the developer and the image will appear. To achieve ideal exposure, take the paper out of the developer when the timer is in the green zone. Splush it around a little bit. In real life, immersion in the developer is followed by a wash, a stop bath, and a second wash. These additional baths have been skipped. Here's your printed photo. You can keep it in your album or scrap it.
Not a bad photograph.
That's pretty good.
It seems that the camera works perfectly.
Stick it on the Insta.
Now
Sparrow,
I can take a self-timed
nature.
photo for Martha's frame.
#chillin'. Caption. Out here enjoying the day. Funeral in a couple of days. #keep it real. #positivity.
Daddy had this device brought here last week. It's old, but it still works. He has always loved everything technological.
So what? Then she said she's going to take a picture of herself, right? You're going to set it up somewhere. Ah, there it is. Tripod. Where's the ring light?
Camera is set up with the self-timer.
Okay. Sounds fun, right? Taking selfies does sound fun. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to Bear Island. Enjoy those emotes, and thank you for the support. This just reminds me of, like, who's old enough that when you would go somewhere, you would just have a disposable camera? In the old days, when you couldn't even see a picture that you had taken, right? And then you would have to send the disposable camera off or take it to like a 1-hour photo place. And then you just find out that stuff was out of focus, or your thumb and your finger over it and all this kind of thing. And you're like, oh, that would have been a good photo otherwise.
These workbenches fascinate me. I would love to learn carpentry.
I do miss like
Nanny's
disposable
husband made
cameras
my
though. They were
dolls.
like fun to have. And you're like, oh, I've got 3 pictures left, you know?
The puppets I used to play with were made here. I never knew that when I was a child.
Like you'd go on a
They
school
always
trip.
told me that a fairy brought them. I didn't really believe them, but it
Or
was
like
nice
you'd
to
have a
think
day
that.
out at the zoo or something and be like, oh, get a disposable. They were like $8.99 or something. And then you're like, oh, I've got 30 pictures. I'm trying to like spread them out through the day. Yeah, I'm like winding it on every time after each one. Dude, so satisfying. Smiling, sulky. Hey, it's Monday, sulky. Oh, that's kind of spooky. Sounds. Can we do more than one? No? I guess we took the film out, but I leave the camera there. I feel like having real photos is much more like nostalgic. It makes me reminisce so much more when I like go through an old box and I'm like, oh, there's a load of old pictures in here. Whereas digital is so... It's so like disposable. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just... Oh, I've got like 6 of the same picture because I was trying to get a good one, and then those 6 just exist in my phone until I upload like one or all of them and just put them in like some backup folder, and I just like never look at them again. There's so much more to like
It's always a thrill
having
to
it
develop a
printed
photo.
and actually having
You
it.
can't see anything at first, yet something invisible is captured on the black film. A kind of ghost. That invisible breath then returns to reveal the reality from which it was torn.
Like I probably look
There are
at
those who say that
photos I've
photography
taken on my
steals the soul
phone
or
once
captures
every
it.
few years.
That's why they used to photograph the dead. But nowadays, almost nobody does it anymore. Even if it's just a delusion, I want to photograph Martha. I want to have a small reflection of who she was with me. But I have to do it secretly, or they'll think I'm crazy.
Yeah. Oh, she wants a picture of Martha, dead Martha, as well as this one, I think. Yeah, it's fleeting, it is. Polaroids are fun. My fam have a Polaroid, so whenever I'm over there, like when I went for my sister's birthday and stuff, we always do like group Polaroid pics and stuff, and take a few with that, and that's always nice to have. You just like have them straight away, and they have kind of a nice vibe. One of those sort of modern retro Polaroid looking things. Let's frame it about there. Exposed. Should get a camera, really. New hobby? New hyperfixation? Is this me trying to learn to play the cello again? Gonna get a camera,
this is me.
guys.
No one was ever able to tell us apart.
That's a
But I
sulky
never had the
face.
slightest doubt
That's
until
how I look
with
in every
Martha.
picture.
It's strange how what identifies us most deeply is not visible to anyone.
That's just a face.
I was obsessively thinking about Martha and what had happened, but suddenly a thought took control. The
Where's
memory
my
of that
pan
day at
flute?
the lake
Here
was
somewhere.
becoming more and more like a dream when, after awakening, the image becomes more and more faded. Could it be that the memories were a figment of the mind? Had I been the one that hurt my sister? I had always envied her, and now I had taken her identity. I experienced a suffocating pattern of thoughts. I decided to go straight to the lake to retrieve the film rolls. They would tell a different story, I was sure. But deep down, I kept hoping they would confirm my fading memory.
I am still buying vinyl at least.
Of course the door is locked.
As a
If keys
hobby.
aren't hanging on the lock as usual, then they will be in Daddy's study. We live in fear now. My parents are not going to let me go to the lake anymore after Martha's death.
Oh
So
no, why are we
this is the
walking
right
around
time.
with this?
I need
Okay,
to
this feels a
know.
bit spooky,
The
doesn't it?
self-doubt I feel is eating me up.
I just ordered the Stardew Valley soundtrack because that's been reprinted back in stock. That's the one I've been waiting for a really long time, actually. It's such a gorgeous vinyl. It's like a 4 vinyl set with the different colors based on the fruits and like the seasons. Looks awesome. So I'm really, really happy that's back in stock. So hopefully that'll come soon. I hadn't ordered one for a while. I think the last one I got before that was the Little Nightmares soundtrack. Oh yeah, she wants a picture of her. Man, why are we holding this light? We're going to set our hair on fire in a minute.
It's dark and I can't turn on the light. It's dangerous.
Oh.
I'll need a flash for the camera. I can look for it amongst Daddy's things in the room below his bedroom.
Call of the Sea I enjoyed. That was a good one. Where was his study? That's the kitchen, yeah? Is it upstairs? What's that? I don't want anything to be down these halls, dude. Like, please? No? Just enjoying this. What if there's a ghost or something? Here we go. Ooh, what a lovely balcony. Really nice. Okay, those keys. Wow. And he's got an upstairs bit as well.
Here's the camera flash.
Nice.
Now I can photograph Martha even in the dark.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I can't wait for it to arrive and make a video of it. And then I'm going to get the Spiritfarer one as well.
Daddy's stuff. War maps. I've heard everything will play out on this new defensive line.
See what's upstairs. Honestly, I would have yoinked a cello, but what put me off... Oh my god, they're asleep up here? Is this smart to come up here? Being really creepy right now. Because they're so big, I just thought if I don't get into it, then it's just going to be annoying to have, you know? Can I take a picture of them while they sleep? Oh, I'm scared getting too close.
I shouldn't risk it really, but I love watching them sleep. It's the only time they are together and not fighting.
You're creepy. Jeez.
Stop! I could have dropped my croissant!
You'll wake him up.
I just had to.
You'll wake Daddy. Like, oh my god, he's snoring. Okay, but can we take a picture? Won't let me. Just with the flash fully on. Thank you so much, Joan, for the 666. I appreciate it. So we're sneaking around. Come on. Wait, where's my lighter gone? There we go. There we go. What was I doing? Going out and taking a picture. Bow, bow, bow. Heh, heh, heh. Okay. Why does it feel like this is going to be a situation proper in the darkness here? Okay, out of focus. Too dark, but I have a flash, no? You're about to take a photo where an important feature of the story hasn't been correctly framed. Continue, but the story may not progress. Do I have to, put the flash on? I definitely picked it up. But apparently... Exposure up. Focus. Wait, why does it say it didn't say too dark before, did it? Oh, that's creepy when it goes fully dark like that. Okay, that just gets rid of it when I'm moving it. Ah. Ah, okay, that scared me. Right, cool. Lovely. Alright, here we go, guys. 3, 2.
Done. It'll be
Awful.
nice to have you always
Awful.
by my side, even if it's just a picture.
Anything where it's dark and then light is so terrifying. And now we're going out the door. Let's go down to the lake. After having like creepy music and stuff in the background, this whole scene's too quiet. There we go. You guys ever like pick up a hobby and do it for 3 weeks or a month or something and then just be like, ah, done with that now? You're like, right, I've got all the equipment, I'm ready to go. Ah, I'm bored of this now. I feel like literally the only hobbies I've really stuck with are guitar and video games, to be honest. And I guess editing, making videos and content, like that's a hobby slash job, you know? Everything else I kind of pick it up and then lose interest quite quickly. Like I'm honestly surprised I've streamed and made content for so long, because prior to this I would always start new ideas and businesses and all this kind of thing, and then just like after a month be like, oh yeah, okay, I'm bored now. So if I like stick with something, it's like somehow matters, I guess. It means something. Because I move on very quick. Down to the lake.
I was afraid of animals when I was little. I never approached them alone.
Okay. What's this? Is this like power for the house? Exercising. Violin. Is this not the way to the lake? Stamps. Interesting. I've been tempted a couple of times by coins when they release cool, like, themed coins. They did, like, Paddington Bear ones a couple of years ago, which I wanted. And there was another one recently, which, what was it? It might have been Beatrix Potter or something like that. And I'm always like, oh, I kind of want those. Then I have to, like, stop myself. I'm like, why do I want those? I don't collect coins. Stop. It's fine. But whenever I looked, they were sold out. So the only ones I could get were like the ones that were like £100 and stuff. Too expensive.
Night scares me. In the dark, I can feel all the harm I've caused.
The cheap
It's
ones
getting
go so
closer with
quickly.
each step. I feel it brushing up against me like a cold wind. I hurt Martha. The closer I get to the lake, the more certain I am of this. How could it not be? I killed her to steal the love that everyone felt for her but didn't feel for me. How could I have done such a thing?
So we're convincing ourselves that we killed her, huh? Oh, okay, cool. There's a ghost. Just don't look at it, it's fine. Hello? That's creepy. Slender vibes out here in the forest. Out of focus. Too dark. There we go. Let's get a nice little... Oh! No, go down. There we go. Beautiful. Gotta focus again.
German soldiers. Daddy ordered patrols to be carried out near the house, but how could they have lost a helmet? God only knows.
Bloody fools. Bought a cheap camera but haven't touched it. Painting, knitting, crafty hobbies. Woodworking, cool. I love hearing about people's hobbies. Like, even if I have no interest in the thing, I, like, love hearing people talk about something just that they're passionate about, you know? Unless it's super technical, but if they're just saying why they like something, whatever, it's like, oh, cool. What you like to do with yourself? I wouldn't want to be out here in the middle of the night.
Oh no! Damn lamp!
Oh no.
Luckily I still have my lighter with me.
Great. Ay. Okay. Knew it was gonna happen. See you, Python. Have a good day.
The cameras are somewhere around here.
Uh-huh. Collect the film. Well, the whole thing works as well.
2 cameras left.
Oh, gotta find them. New skin unlocked. That's what we were doing when we were cutting her face off, eh?
It's a new skin, Mummy.
What are you doing, child?
Unlocking a new skin.
What's down here? So wait, it's not... Oh, there's one over there. Ding ding. Cello. There's literally just someone that I watch on YouTube who does cello covers of songs, and I was like, I want to learn how to do this. And then a few weeks of me being like, I'm gonna buy a cello. And then I just thought, listen, realistically, I'm not gonna get it and learn how to play something in any kind of amount of time. I would probably get it and just be frustrated. Like, I've only had time to learn the instruments that I play, okay? And all of those years put into those, I don't want to start from zero. With a bloody board instrument.
A shred of fabric here in the woods. How strange. Let's take a photo of it and leave it where it is. That's it. I've got them all.
I ended up
These films are going to help me
figuring that I would
now I should rush home to develop
get it and then just be frustrated that I wasn't instantly playing covers of stuff and be like, well, screw this. And then I've just wasted hundreds of pounds and space on a cello. Subject framed, out of focus. There we go.
How could it have ended up here? It looks familiar.
So now we head back. Feels like it's getting darker. Do I play by ear or sheet music? Guitar, I just play by ear. Or like tab. I can't read music. Like, I could if I sat with it. Like, I know kind of the basics of reading music and stuff, but I can't like sit and do it by, like, sight, like, quickly, you know? I had guitar lessons for years and years and years, but it was with someone who was like a proper session musician on albums and stuff, so it wasn't like classically training. It was the basics, and then he'd just be like, bring a song you want to learn, and he would just sit there and listen to it and be like, okay, so play it like this, and write it down, then we'd like play it, and then we'd like jam together and stuff. Why do I have to walk all the way back?
Julia. Julia.
No thanks. Ah. That way. Left. I don't want to know what happens if I get this wrong. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Why am I breathing like that? Oh, I hate it. But it's also pretty cool. Wow. That's neat. Wait, I'm like little now. Grim. Oh, I hate that. I hate maggots and stuff. Oh no, that's gross. Oh no. Death Stranding. BB cameo. Oh, I don't like this. No thanks. Can we get off the body? Oh god, thank goodness. Thought I was gonna have to swim away from her. Ugh, those maggots though. I hate gore. Like in films and stuff, not a fan.
Oh, yet another nightmare. She entered my dreams once more. Maybe she wants to talk to me. What am I saying? Fairy tales coming true. Yet I feel... No, these are the thoughts of a crazy person, and I'm not crazy.
Oh, I took my breakfast to bed. That's where my jam toast ended up. Whoops. Such a messy eater.
Oh, damn it, what's all this blood? I'm not due yet, and there's a lot more than usual. What's happening to me? Am I going to be joining Martha sooner than I thought? I have to wash up and do what needs to be done. If I'm sick, I have little time. The truth awaits me. It must be hidden within those rolls.
Dropped my jam. 3 days after Martha's death. Listen, we've all woken up in a bed covered in blood. It's fine. It's totally
What
normal,
am I
right?
thinking? I would stain my clothes with blood.
Oh, sorry. Nothing peculiar about that. Am I not going to have a wash then? No? Okay. Why is the bathroom open if I ain't washing? What's the thing say? Develop the film. Change underwear, dress yourself. Okay, so it must be different. Do I have different underwear? Is it kept somewhere else?
What am I thinking? I would stain my clothes with blood.
Oh, where do I keep my undies? Do I not just keep them in a drawer? Drawers in a drawer. Ah, there we go. The B-day.
That's better. But I still don't understand all of that blood. That's never happened to me before. But I'm not going to tell my doctor. Otherwise he'll make me stay in bed and rest.
Okay, now we can get dressed. Today we go with this one.
This dress is only for special occasions.
Alright. The white shirt. Yeah. Ready for the day. Oh.
It's very rude, but I could pick up the phone and listen to their conversation.
How are you doing today, Rennie?
I'm worried, Father. Very worried. We found more partisan tracks in the woods, right next to the house.
Be
That
rude.
Lapo, I suspect he may be involved in the death of...
No, please don't say that. It's not possible. I know the boy and I don't...
Father, anything is possible in these dark times. Anything. That boy didn't even come to say goodbye to Julia. Didn't they love each other dearly?
He must be terribly scared, and Julia always used to say that.
Yeah, sure, she used to say they were just friends, but you know too, right? Friends are not supposed to do such things, Father. Or are they? But anyway, you're defending them both. You, my husband, and even the nanny, who, deep down, is a good woman.
The nanny. I believe the nanny is the one who hurt Julia. With her evil passion for those cards, they are cursed.
Kind of a whodunit.
I hope you made them disappear.
Of course. I keep them safe in my room.
What do you reckon? Tarot
anyway,
cards.
You must forgive me, Father. I have to go. They've come to pick me up. Have a good day.
You too.
Lapo's involved in Martha's death. My mother is losing her mind
tarot
again.
cards. Are we going to get a tarot
Could anyone
reading?
even imagine such nonsense? And Don Attilio, he is a great friend, but what a weird view.
What did he
Those
say?
cards
Keeps
are
them...
just a game. But most importantly, they're mine. Why on earth did they take them from me?
Where's my cards, Father?
Dear Mother, this is hard, but I have something to tell you. I found out that Julia is pregnant. Go to the lake tomorrow morning at 7 and watch her as she bathes.
Huh?
You'll see that her tummy is growing. Martha. What? I'm not pregnant. Why is everything becoming even more confusing?
I didn't know I was
searching for an
preggo.
explanation, but instead I'm left with more questions.
From this moment on, it is forbidden for anyone to leave their homes and walk the streets of San Cassiano. All windows,
Here are my cards. Nanny and I always used to play with them. She would predict my future and I pretended to predict hers. The future was always good for everyone. Maybe when she read them, she saw my true future, which she hid from me. Or more likely, these cards are actually just a stupid game to reassure and deceive oneself with. But deceiving oneself is sometimes necessary. How can we live happily otherwise? Romola, 15th of July, 1944. Dear Mrs. Irene, I'm writing to let you know that all is well here at the villa. Thank you for being so considerate and caring. I apologize for the simplicity of the housing you were forced to live in. I also locked the room where the little one used to stay as requested. I've left you the key. It is the one with the pink keyring. Try to stay safe. Best regards, Nanny.
Nana.
Why on earth did Mummy have that door locked? It was my room.
What did you guys
Did she
call your
try and hide me?
grandparents? For me, it was like on either side, grandma and granddad, and then on another side I had Nan and granddad. Like on one side it was Nan and one side it was grandma.
There are more and more weapons around, and everyone is scared after what happened. This is Mummy's jewellery.
Nanny.
She wears them every day, even though Daddy says it's impractical and dangerous to show signs of wealth these days. As usual, she doesn't want to listen to reason and ends up arguing with Daddy until he goes to play war, as she says. Mummy's medicine. Will they do her any good?
So I think Julia had a nice personal room. I think it was because this is where she was sent to at the beginning when she was a kid. There was a little scene of her as a kid with her nan that she was sent here. So she was staying here as a kid with the nanny when Martha wasn't here. So that's why she has there's like an additional room.
25 ISO film. When the sun is high in the sky, it's perfect.
Bum 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 ba-dum. Another great song. Memer and Pepper. Granny and Grandpa. Uma Upa. Nan and Granddad. And Oma and Opa. Opa Gangnam Style. Bunny. Grandma in Romanian. That's adorable. Bunny. Grandma and Papa. Nana and Papa. Oh, I love that these are all so different.
General Edict K. New rules on curfew and women's behaviour. German command of S. Vincenzo Attori. Telephone number 1185.
Women's behaviour. Can we call that number and find out what he means? Pronounced like Booni. Cute. The painting's coming along.
Pervertin again. I feel like these pills do nothing other than agitate her.
Okay. Let's see, what do we have? Oh, let's go and develop the photos. Mamuchi and Tata. Hungarian. Very cool. How long is she going to keep for? Then we have to like preserve her, stick some salt or something. Salt the body. Stick it in the fridge, you know. What do we have here? I can see how this game...
A lens and a roll of infrared film. They can photograph what the naked eye cannot see.
I can see how this game would be like too slow for some people, but honestly, I love slow-paced story games and walking sims. Love walking sims where it's like literally just walking around and having a story unfold through like looking at things and hearing stuff. I love those games.
Orange filter. When there is fog, it improves the image by giving it some contrast.
So hopefully this
With this lens, I can shoot very close up.
maintains its intrigue. I think it's about like 4 to 6 hours long, depending on how we go
Red
through
filter for super high contrast photos. Blue filter, ideal for indoor photos.
Like one of my favorite games ever is Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, which is literally just walking around and listening to conversations, like nothing else even happens. But
With this lens, everything gets bigger.
it's fantastic.
This lens increases the framed area. It allows me to fit more into the image.
So about 10 hours for me, exactly.
I have to be careful and keep the volume down as I listen. I must go unnoticed. I am meant to be deaf after all.
Ready? Julia? You ready?
Sure, Daddy. I'm good to start.
I've already started recording.
Oh, no, my voice will sound awful.
No way, come on. Didn't you want to study singing anyway?
No, I was young and stupid when I said that.
Okay. Ready?
Go.
His
Oh,
dad's
how
voice so
nice.
aggressive.
It's the rehearsal for last week's concert. I never heard the recording. But I was right, my voice is awful. Cannot be called singing.
Ready?
Anyway, it's time I develop these film roles.
Sing!
I can't wait any longer. I wish I could just stop time.
You want to sing? Nice. Is this his oboe? I want to hear her sing though. Have to check it out. Yeah, I should probably replay it sometime. I played it twice in a row when it first came out. Like I played the PlayStation version first because it came out on PlayStation, and then when it came to PC I played it again. It's very British. It's like in a little British village and stuff. It's very emotional as well. And then What Remains of Edith Finch is another fantastic walking sim style one.
These images could change everything.
That one's
cannot
super
bear the
special.
fact
We
that
should do
I
a
may have
playthrough of that
hurt
again
Martha.
soon.
I would rather die. Damn my head and these memory lapses. It's such a pain not remembering. It's like getting lost inside yourself.
This kind of gives me Edith Finch vibes because that's another really dark, like, kind of depresso one. Basically about this family that's cursed and just all these little vignette stories of how they died, how they met their end. It's awesome. Well, this was us when we found her. That doesn't mean we drowned her. Maybe we need to do a different one. Develop this one anyway. Immersed. Perfect.
I'm carrying Martha to shore. I'm trying to save her. My memories, although fuzzy, do match reality. I feel a little better. Now I can find out who really hurt Martha.
Stick it
I
on the
should meet with
gram.
The White Lady. She might be able to tell me something. Is this crazy talk? Yes, definitely. But what's normal about any of this? Maybe you have to be a little crazy to get anything done.
Maybe you have to be. Hashtag late night, hashtag recovery. Caption, Martha's feeling it. Taking her to the bathroom. Overdid it last night. Hashtag designated driver here. Remember that time you drank too much and I found you dead in lake? Hilarious. So that one we did. I guess we could develop those other ones of us. We wanted one of her, so let's go ahead and develop that.
A photograph is both the present and the past, like a dead body. I don't know what I'm expecting. Maybe it's silly to think you can capture the soul of someone who has died.
This soundtrack reminds me of Rapture as well.
Her face can't tell me anything anymore. I know that, really. Her lack of expression scares me. I don't even know whether to keep this blank photo with me or just throw it away.
Keep it. Waste of paper otherwise. Let's see what else we have. These ones had story attached, didn't they? Wait, was that in focus? Oh, I don't know. Hope so. Didn't check. Scrap. I think that may have been a bad one. Do you guys have a favorite genre of games that you love to play? Gets you going, gets you excited. Should I try that one again? Let me do the helmet. Ah, there we go. Out of focus. In focus. Das Helmet. I guess they don't always trigger anything. Let me see my thing. The White Lady, go to lake. Oh, because I have the tarot cards now. Okay, why have they locked my childhood room? Find the keys. I found this note among Mummy's things. It's Martha's handwriting. Doesn't make any sense. I thought I grabbed the key, no? Said it was on a pink thing. Point and clicks. I love the old Full Throttle is one of my favourite games. Old LucasArts point and click. RPGs, FIFA RPGs.
A tripod is necessary to take photos with long exposures.
Ba-bow.
I have found what I need to take infrared photos.
Cool. Oh, what are we doing here? A photo of that. Infrared. Oh, she's going to be like standing there, isn't she? I like playing farm and life sim games, but I like watching you play story and movie games. Cool. I love playing those. In infrared. She's going to be here, isn't she? She's just like crouched down here with her mouth open under the wine. With the tap open. Just gargling. Required add-ons. Tripod. That one. Dude, if I was a ghost, I would, you know, make the most of it. Be well mischievous. Oh, I don't want to see, though. Dude, why was that silence so scary? She's going to be there when we develop this, though, right?
When I was little, these barrels seemed enormous. I thought I could live inside one.
I just unlocked a memory of when I used to go to judo class, and before going to the lessons with my friend, his nan worked in a laundrette, and we would like be in there while she was finishing up first and closing up, and we would just climb into the massive like washing machines or tumble dryers or whatever they were and like roll around in them. The things we did when we didn't have a phone to sit and stare at. Also playing a lot of casual games. House Flipper. Did you see there's House Flipper 2 has been announced? So this was the infrared one. I know, looking back, that was probably pretty dangerous. One of us totally could have just been like, door shut on. Bye. Blah, 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 blah. He who flees from the light hides behind
Maybe
it.
Someone wrote on the film? Also, what does that even mean? Light, like divine light? Something to do with religion, maybe?
Okay, not a ghost. Okay, see if we can find the key to my secret little room then.
These masks, I remember them vividly. I always tried to escape their gaze.
I have two moods. I would assume the key would be upstairs somewhere. Bum. Oh, do I have to read the paper every day, don't I?
The Superior Commander of the German Federal Armed Forces announces 1. Whoever is in possession of weapons or explosives not reported to the German headquarters will be shot. 2. Whoever harbors bandits and/or protects them and provides them with clothing and/or weapons will be shot. 3. Whoever is aware of the existence of any rebel groups or even lone rebels without reporting them will be shot.
Put that away. Avoid the news. Never good these days. Okay, let's find the key for that room.
Nets for catching butterflies, poor creatures. I had so much fun with them.
Wow, there's so many butterflies on the wall. If I was a key, where would I be? It said in the note about hung it up somewhere, right? On like a pink keyring or something, I think it said. Oh, not in here.
There's no shortage of paintings in our house. Mum is passionate about painting.
Let's have a look.
During deep winter, I would go to sleep snuggled by the fire and Nanny would get angry. Do you want to turn into a piece of charcoal, Julia?
Sounds nice. Apart from the nanny part. Can't see the key anywhere.
Riding bikes around here is beautiful. These are Mummy and Daddy's bikes, though. Mine is outside. I don't need that right now.
What is it? A pump? Right, down to the lake. How do I get out? Love old-timey music. Like, I love the ink spots. When I first heard them on like the old Fallout games. Day is good. Can I just like go this way? Is it not gonna like tell me to turn back or something? I can literally just walk around. Don't know if I want to run up all that way though. Gotta go down to the lake. Under the bridge.
I came here to fish when I was little. I went with that ever so kind man who worked for my father. Who knows where he is now? Maybe he joined the war too.
Thought that was a tortoise for a second. Hopefully this goes to the lake.
I always wanted to swim here when I was with Nanny, even when it was cold.
Seems so. Oh, what's that? What is it? Oh, a skin for the camera. Cool. Let's have a rusty looking thing. Put it away. Camera skin DLC. I think it was this way. Imagine in the future when all games are just kind of like photorealistic though. You just pop a headset on and run around in them.
This is the centre of our farm, but since we moved here, it hasn't worked like it used to. Security matters, Daddy says.
We'll end up there someday. A moo cow. Stroke, stroke, stroke. Isn't this the way we came? Nope, wrong way. Dude, that's a big cow. This way? Trotting along? Wait, who's this?
This is an unnerving place. I had never been here when I was little. Nanny kept me well away from it.
Little graves. Oh, that fly scared me.
Los, schnappen wir uns diese... Los! Hey, hey, hey! Los geht's! Hier lang! Hier drüben! Oh, hey! Vorwärts! Hier! Sie sind da lang! Verdammt! Los, laufen!
What is going on here? What are the soldiers doing? It's dangerous, I know, but I want to follow them and see what's happening.
Verdammt!
You're mental. Get off our land. Take your war. Oh dear.
Oh God, please no. Lapo, my dear friend.
Oh, it's the boyfriend.
What have they done to you? Your handkerchief was the symbol of what you believed in. At least that is left of you. Dear Julia, are you surprised that I've addressed this to you and don't think you're dead? Everyone calls you Martha now, right? I know you too well. I can never understand why no one else can ever tell you apart. Not even your own mother and father. Martha is gone and I cannot reconcile myself.
Oh, Jehovah.
Du hast ein Mädchen erschossen, du Idiot. Scheiße, scheiße, scheiße. Was machen wir jetzt? Sieh mal, was sie um ihren Hals hat. Sie ist eine von ihnen. Es musste getan werden. Sie ist die Tochter von General Erich.
Oh, because we got the handkerchief around.
Trottel. Sie war die Freundin von diesem armen Kerl. Oh, verdammt, jetzt sind wir wirklich am Arsch. Scheiße, lass uns abhauen.
Scheiße indeed.
Aber sie lebt noch. Sie liegt im Sterben. Siehst du, wo du sie getroffen hast? Sie ist bestimmt schon tot. Wir müssen jetzt abhauen, sonst sind wir auch bald tot.
Wow.
I'm dying, I thought. But strangely enough, I wasn't afraid. In fact, I was almost relieved. When I returned, I found myself once again in the midst of a bad dream. One whose meaning I did not understand at the time.
Martha? Come. Martha? I give you back what I have. God damn it. Sorry, did the wrong one. It switched off then. Martha got back. B-side. Your destiny? Martha. Your appearance.
I give you back.
Cute. I mean, they're dead, but, you know, holding hands, cute, kind of. Oh my god. I was going to joke, like, put the face back on. That's literally what we're going to do. Wow. Throw it on there like those videos of people throwing cheese slices at someone's head. Just... Now, I pay. God damn it. I don't know why I'm being competitive with getting it wrong, but I feel like I should know. I feel like I should know. Now I see. With my eyes. Spider-Man kiss.
Two sisters were destined to die. Julia, the first sister, and Martha, the second. On Julia's day of departing, identical twins stood before me, impossible to tell apart. They questioned my presence, since they were still so young. Julia must come with me, I demanded, but they both claimed to be Martha. I explained that Martha's fate was soon to be the same, and their games were useless. I didn't have time for it. The war was keeping me busy. But they didn't concede, and instead kept insisting. Can we follow you together? No, impossible. Are you sure Martha will die too? Nothing is certain in wartime. What if the wrong person went with you? Then you would have cheated death. One would die unjustly, and the other would simply be delaying her fate. They discussed amongst themselves, then hugged before one of them came forward. She stared in a determined, almost threatening manner. I guessed it was Martha sacrificing herself, giving more time to her sister. But I stayed silent, not to reveal their failed deception. No one lies to the face of their own death, so I asked how their choice was reached. We drew lots by throwing a medallion, she said quietly. They had trusted in fate. Oh, how naive they were. They knew fate plays by its own rules, which is true, but it is also my ally. Fate never would have allowed the wrong girl to follow me. In that case, my work was done. She must have been Julia. However, little to my knowledge at the time, that blasted medallion had the same name engraved on both sides. Martha's. So, my first assumption was correct. They were too damn smart, and had fooled both fate and me. One thing is for sure. I'll put things back where they belong. I will correct my ignorance and give fate back its blindfold.
That guy has a great voice. For death, you know. Very Jeremy Irons. I think we said that on the demo as well. So wait, are we gonna now like be a different? Like, did our soul change?
Damn, this hurts so bad. I can hardly breathe.
You got shot. Probably pretty painful. My things. Okay. The burial. 4 days after Martha's death. So I guess now we'll wear it. I mean, special occasion, right? It's a funeral outfit. Suited and booted, as they say.
I would like to spend a moment with my sister. Just me and her alone. Before people arrive for the funeral and then take her away.
A final farewell. What's this on the floor?
No, 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 my bag is not here. My diary. Lapo's letter.
They know everything. You're in big trouble.
How is she? How is my daughter? Please, doctor. Please give me good news.
It's a miracle she's alive, Eric, but she will be all right. The bullet passed right by her heart and exited her chest. Unbelievably, it missed her lungs, spine, and heart. She could have been paralyzed or died. But thankfully, she's fine. I examined her thoroughly. She didn't even lose that much blood. She was lucky.
Stuff like that's crazy when people are like, oh, if it was 2 centimeters to the left.
My wife went for a walk in the woods. Otherwise,
she would have bled to death, yes.
I don't know what to say. All of this.
Life, so weird.
Too much. So much death and suffering. Nothing more.
Don't worry, Eric. She's young, so she'll recover quickly. I'll be here all day anyway.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hey!
Do you mind coming
Leave
with
him
me to pick my
alone.
wife
What the
up
hell?
from the cemetery? The funeral will start soon in the chapel.
Of course not. Lead the way.
You know,
Most disturbing part of the game so far.
preparations for the funeral. Irina wants everything to be perfect.
Bloody murderous
It's
bird.
a way of coping, so she doesn't have to think about everything going on. She is a woman
Can I leave yet?
who has suffered so much. Maybe too much.
Okay. There's my bag.
There's my bag. Thank God. Let's hope Lapo's letter is in there.
Looks like it.
Dear Julia, are you surprised that I've addressed this to you and don't think you're dead? Everyone calls you Martha now, right? I know you too well. I can never understand why no one else can ever tell you apart. Not even your own mother and father. Martha is gone, and I cannot reconcile myself to that
So he was Martha's
I have
boyfriend.
to stay hidden, and sadly I can't run to you. Even if I would love nothing more than to hold you tight and cry together.
Sounds nice.
No words. I just want to be close to you. Can we meet in the barn tonight? I will try my best to be there around midnight. Don't be alarmed, but if things get ugly, please remember this number, 6934.
6934.
He knew he was in serious danger, but what about the letter? I had it in my hand when the soldiers ran off. Mummy found me, and if she's read it, well, she hates Lapo, and now she must know who I am. No, she probably would have left me there to die. She'd rather have no daughter than the wrong one. Before I passed out, I must have put it back in my bag. There is no other explanation.
Won't let me call it yet, though. No. Oops. Didn't mean to take that out.
Violence against citizens continues in La Romola, and once again General K's family has come under fire. Now it is the life of her sister, Martha, that is in danger. The blow from the gunshot in her back could have killed her.
We'll find the key for there yet.
The girl is alive.
today's news.
Attempted murder in La Romola. After the murder of Julia Kay, today her twin sister is the victim of another attempted murder. The condition of the young girl, found by the German troops, is no cause for concern. The political motive behind this is becoming
famous.
all the more clear.
Ban on the
That's not what
use of
happened.
bicycles.
It's all wrong. Mummy was the one who found me. The German soldiers shot me. Best to stay quiet.
You got some
No one ever
donuts? What
believes the
donuts
truth.
did you get? Why is bicycles banned?
New ordinance ban on the use of bicycles. Over the last few days, cyclists have once again shot at members of the Italian armed forces and at civilians in the streets. The offenders will be punished in accordance with German martial law.
Huh? Because what, they cycle away quickly afterwards or something?
Even in Florence, the war is beginning to be felt. Supplies are starting to run out. Bread may only last a few more days.
Ban on bicycles. Dude, I would love it if
I should pick up the phone but remain silent. If I let the caller speak first, I'll find out who it is.
Where's the phone?
Hello? Ma'am? Can you hear me? Is there somebody
You
there?
could always hear the click if someone else picked up the phone. You knew when
It's
someone
the
was
nanny.
listening.
I can confide in her. Nanny? Hello, it's me.
What? Hello? Oh my lord. I must be dreaming or something.
No, Nanny, you're not dreaming. It's really me, it's Julia.
Oh my god. Julia.
Why are we telling Nan?
Sparrow. How wonderful. Sorry, but I thought you were dead. I saw you lying there dead. This brings me so much joy that... Actually, you must explain to me, my little sparrow. What is happening?
I told Nanny everything that had happened. She was sad for Martha, of course, but very happy at the same time. I was the one she had a special bond with. I explained to her that I wanted to try and meet the White Lady, even if I knew it was a silly idea. But she didn't think I was a fool. Quite the opposite. She explained to me what I should do in an attempt to meet her. It was complicated. I noted everything down carefully in my diary. Who knows, maybe she did it only to keep me occupied, while deciding what to do with me and who to warn. I won't ever know, though, because that very same day, a bomb struck the villa and she died.
Oh
They all
no!
died. We should have been in that house ourselves, but instead, poor Nanny.
Not Nanny.
Bye, Nanny. I love you.
Goodbye, my darling.
Yeah, so much favoritism in this game. Everyone's got a favorite, apparently. I remember, like, last time I was at my friend's place, he was like... Oh, I can now use the telephone to make calls. We were talking about favoritism and stuff, and, like, family members and how you get on with different family members. Anyway, it led around to him saying it's normal to have a favorite, like, even of your pets. And he was saying, like, you must have a favorite cat. And I was like, no, I love both of my cats equally. And he was like, BS, BS, like, there's no way, blah, blah, blah. Everyone has... It's like, what? No, I definitely... Like, I have always... The only time I've had favorite cats is when in the family home, when we used to have like 6+, we always had like 6 or more cats. And then you would have one that was like close with you because there were so many. So you would have one that was like your companion cat, right? But having 2 cats, 2 boys, 2 brothers that I've had since kittens at the same time, it's like obvious I love them both equally. I don't understand. And he wouldn't let it go. He was convinced that I was lying and making that up, and it's like, no, I genuinely like love them both the same. And I would assume that's what it's like when people have kids, but who knows? Maybe not. But I would feel like maybe there was something wrong if you had 2 kids and you genuinely like preferred one and like didn't like the other one. But I guess people are more complex than animals. So it's possible. Like someone could be a little shit, and you're like, oh, I don't really like that kid. I'll never say it out loud, but. So wait, what was that guy's number? Oh my god, I've forgotten already. What number did he say to remember? 63 something? Maybe we've got it written down. It's probably in here. 6934. I bet that's a phone number. But then mine kind of like do like when I put my legs up on my table, like they're both in my lap. Like they do they're very different, but they do everything together. So I don't know. They're never apart. They're literally always like around together. If they're in the room, they're in the room together. If they're on the bed, they're on the bed together.
You've called this number. Damn, Lapo must be dead then. Rest in peace, fair comrade.
Yes, Lapo is dead.
See what this is.
Don't talk. We don't need to know who you are. By calling this number, it means Lapo wanted you to complete his work. A telephone cable near the house of German General Erich K. has to be cut. One goes to the house, but there's another cable we suspect is connected to a secret base. That is the one that has to be cut. If you see any German vehicles around, let us know immediately. We won't use this number anymore. It's dangerous. Use a telegraph. That will be safer. I hope you know how to use them. Otherwise, you'll have to come up with something. This is important. Frequency X. Before the message, telegraph "Town on fire" to identify yourself. Long live the homeland. Long live the liberation.
Should I sabotage the cable and become a spy? I don't know. My father is German. It would be like betraying him even though he himself hates this war. But what happened to Lapo and those guys? If I can save someone's life, maybe I should try. Or maybe I can talk to Daddy about it. He may be able to advise me on what to do. Don't even know the first thing about all this. What were you thinking, Lapo?
Oh my god, I have to pick. Help the partisans reveal the plan to father. It seems like a terrible idea to be like, Daddy, I called the resistance. They told me to cut the cable to your house so we couldn't get a phone call. Should I do it, father? Should I be a spy? Also, wait, if I reveal the plan to father, isn't that me admitting that I'm now Julia? Daddy, I heard on the phone. He's like, what? I thought you were deaf. Was ist das? Or what do you think I should do? Probably help the spies, right? Kinda tempted to reveal to Dad just to see. Also, he loved Julia, so maybe if we're like, hey, it's me. Papa, it's me. I don't know. What do you think? 1, help the partisans. 2, reveal plan to Daddy. What do you think, guys? What should we do? The rebels. I wasn't expecting to have choices in this game. Help them, help the spies. Being a spy now.
To cut the cable, I will need sharp scissors. Tailor scissors should be fine.
Well, there's the tailoring downstairs, isn't there? Let's go to the basement. Dun 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 dun.
These will be needed for cutting a lock of hair at the lake and for cutting the telephone wire. She leaves them everywhere. I think she's having too many and too often.
Too many pills, Mama. Okay. Cut the communication. You can now use the telephone to make calls. Read the diary. What diary? Say goodbye to your sister. Where is she? Why isn't she on the table? Sister? Maybe out front. Ooh, are we gonna cycle?
My bike. The wheel is deflated as usual. A bicycle pump will solve this.
Oh, the pump that was in the back room. Pump, pump, pump. The one it wouldn't let me take. It's banned. It is
Here's
forbidden.
the bicycle pump.
Do not ride the bicycle. Yeah, what's German for bicycle? I feel like I should know it. I wonder if this dude, let's do it. I wonder if we're actually going to get in trouble. That was like literally in the newspaper today. So annoying using these things in real life. Shot twice in 2 days. Here we go. Oh my god, am I in control? Yo, I thought it was going to be like a cutscene. Oh, I love that. Whee! Let's go for a bike ride. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, where would she be? Would she be in here? Is this like a church or something? Where is the body?
I can't ride here. Better walk on foot.
Okay. GTA 6 Italian edition. I used to love riding my bike, but I haven't ridden a bike for a very long time.
Poor little one. He's dead. Poor little guy. His place is by Martha's side.
Yeah, let's just put a dead bird in her...
Nanny always calls me Little Sparrow.
Oh, the
this
symbolism.
This is the part of me that died with Martha. It'll be safe next to her.
Symbolism.
Here, Martha.
Don't put it on her chest. I mean, just put it in there. God's sake.
I'm starting to understand how painful your condition is.
What are you, a cat?
Not being able to properly communicate with anyone is becoming increasingly difficult. I envied you, but I did not see your suffering. I did not understand your courage. I miss you so much, Martha. I'm not worthy to dress in your clothes.
Cor unum et anima una.
Commune of San Casciano, Province of Florence. Death certificate. From the Register of Death Certificates of this commune, number 174, part 3.
I get the idea. I've never been to Italy. I would love to go someday, though. I would love to go chill at an Italian lake. One of the many Italian lakes, you know? I don't think I would go to the city, but I would go off at the wilderness or something. That would be dope. Here, Austria is really pretty as well. Something like that. We can ride up here. Where's the plane? Oh, there it is. Tuscany's very nice. What's it like? Went to Florence as a kid and loved it. What's Florence like? Oh my god, biking uphill. Imagine the pain in the thighs right now. I just haven't cycled for a long time because I just think I'm too big now. You reach a certain point where you're just like, I'm Donkey Kong in Mario Kart. This is not a good look. I'll walk, you know. Can I just go wherever? I love this little bike sim. I wish I had a bell. That'd be fun. I'll do my own bell, it's fine. Whee! Going down the hills. I used to go into the common, ride up and down the hills like this. Speeding around on my hand-me-down pink bike. Probably because I've never had a bike that was actually my size, but I remember when I was young, I got handed down my sister's old bike, pink thing. Told the story before, but got bullied. Got bullied at my cycling proficiency test that we would do in school. Went home and cried and insisted that we painted the bike that night. Kids, you know, even though I went in totally not even caring that my bike was bloody pink, you know. That just shows you how people force their kind of views of things onto each other. Because I went in that day and I didn't care that my bike was pink. And then by the time I'd come home, I was like, we gotta paint it black. Get the spray paint. I was like 7 or something, dude. Wait, when is cycling proficiency? Maybe it's more like 10 actually. Or 11? 12? God, I don't know. I suck with dates and time, but... And now I just feel like cycling anywhere, I just don't trust the roads, you know? Ooh, this is nice. What are these, like poppies? Oh, can't cycle through those. I just feel like I'd end up getting knocked off. Yeah, the motorcycle in Zelda's so cool. I didn't get the DLC till after we'd finished it, so I only really played that with the motorcycle for one day. When we did the DLC, but that was so fun. Ah, you went to the pizza tower. Nice. I want to go some places. I definitely want to get some traveling done, I think, this year. Never been one for it, but honestly, like, the whole pandy and everything and, like, being told you can't has made me, like, want to, you know? The old forbidden fruit. Like, what am I doing? I should just hop on a bloody plane or a train and get into Europe or something. Where am I going? The telephone. Oh, I'm cutting a wire. Right, yeah. I know what I'm doing. I'm being a spy. Cut the wire. Find the scissors, find the telephone pole, cut the wire. Okay. So it was a secret wire to like a bunker or something? One of these, I guess. This one? I'm gonna climb. What's the matter with me? Huh? Oh, okay. Left, right, left, right. Left, right. Love the baby morph stories. I wish my memory was better. I feel like I just have the same handful of memories.
I don't think this is the right pole.
Oh, well, why bloody realise that before you climb up it? Memory is so limited. I think that's why I enjoy games like this as well, because there's always things that kind of, you're like, oh, that reminds me. Okay. Maybe this other one then. So this is it. Good night, Ginger. this the right one?
A German tank. I have to report its location via the telegraph hidden near the cowshed. Daddy probably asked for a garrison after all that has happened. I should report its location via telegraph.
Ah, there we go.
This wire heads towards the house and then keeps going, so it must be the right one.
Snip. Feels like a terrible idea to sabotage your own house, but...
Now all that remains is to go to the telegraph near the barns.
Yeah. So where did she say the telegraph thing is? Find the telegraph. Use the telegraph with the code word town on fire. Is it inside? By the barn. Ah, okay. We'll take our bike. Makes me feel joy being on this thing. Oh, come on. Fine. No fun for me. Okay, I get it. Bloody steps. I'm a spy that doesn't do my own stunts. I guess would the barn be here? The cows and stuff? Bunnies!
The telegraph must be hidden in one of these feed bins.
Wow.
I have to start every message with the
gosh.
code word. I saw the tank on the road, and the road is near the house. I guess I have to communicate something like that.
Okay, so it was town on fire, right? Town... Was it town on fire? Where's on? It's no on. Oh, on fire. It's there. Two words together. Okay, town on fire. Tank. Located. I have to do at least 7 words. Would like tank I could do tank located house. What else do we have? Tank located or positioned. Tank located road house. Tank on fire, tank located roadhouse.
I'll add over at the end to make it clear that I have finished.
Go for it. Over and out.
I'll add over at the end to make it clear that I have finished.
Okay. Over.
No, this doesn't seem clear to me. I need to find the right words.
Okay. Town on fire. Tank. Positioned. Road. Near. House. Over. I have to do it? I have to do short press. Press and hold briefly to send a dash. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Morse coding it. That's pretty cool. She's a fast learner. Da dit dit da. Being able to just see that or hear it and like understand it, it's like, can you see the Matrix? Hmm. Don't know why it's repeating it back to me, but it's fine. It's kind of relaxing, actually. Right. Select the... Oh, that was the message coming back. Oh, bloody hell. I was supposed to be deciphering that? Select the words in order to decrypt the message received. Right. Cool. What? Follow the dots or dashes to get the correct... Right. Dot, 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 dash, dot. Dot, 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 dash, dot. Dot... What? What? How do I read this? Dot, 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 dot. Right, so 3 dots. V. Is that what that means? 3 dots. But then it's a dash dot. A dash? Huh? What? Select the word in order and decrypt the message received. No, that's not right though, is it? How do I test it? V. I'm 3 dots, a V. What starts with a V? Nothing. Are these little ones the dots? What do the numbers mean? Follow dots or dashes. Well, these thick ones, fuck, are dashes, right? 3. And these are the dots? Does anyone know? Three dots is S? Is that because we go 1, 2, 3? Okay, so then a dash and a dot would be what? Dash dot? Dash dot? N? Is that right? How do you do 2 that are together? Mate, how am I going to work this out? Another 3 dots, another S. Oh, it's this code here. I see. Now it's making sense. Okay. So then S and then dot dash dot dot dash dot R dot 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 dash V. So what did we say? SRV? Need. Hey, we're doing it. Dash dot dot D dot dot dash U. You need me? And then dot 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 S. What did we say? NUS? Is that what we just said? That's not here. There's no N. Wait, go back. Dash dot dot. Sorry, D. I said D. DUS. D. DFS. I need a sofa. What was the second letter? Dot dash dot R. DR. That'll make sense. Dash, dot, 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 dash. Oh, it's a U. No, dot, F. Right, defensive. Dash. Wait, no, I'm on this one. Dot. Dot. Bloody puzzles. Dot. Dash. Dot. R. No, it's dot dot. L. N. Got it. Getting it. Doing it. Doing the thing. Dash dash M. M. Dot dash. Dash. Dot. P. MP. Only one of them, so we can skip to it. Dot dash. Dot dash dot. Dot. L. Dot S. Leave. Dot dash. Dot dash V. Only one of them. Dot E. Only one. Dot dash dot dash dot again. Dot dash what? No. Dot dash dot F. See if it's real or photo. Dot I. F I U. F U. Dot dash dot. Dash dot. Is that the one I just did? Wait, what one am I on? This one? Am I on the last one? Dot dash A. Dot dash dot R. Over and out. Is that it? Nope, I was on this one. God damn it.
Please turn this into a Down to Sleep episode. More Philo.
On tonight's episode of Down to Sleep, Morse code ASMR. Dot dash dot dash dot dash dash dot. Dot dash dot dash dash dot F. Dot. No, that I did that one. Wait, no, I had done them all. Over and out. Why isn't that all of them?
No, something's wrong.
Did I miss one?
I have to try again.
Did I? Again? I have to start from the beginning. Oh, mate. Okay, cool. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. It makes the suffering less so. Okay, what was it? S. Yeah, that was the first one. Received. Need. And then it was dash dot the D one. Defensive. Dot dash dot R. What? Dot. Oh, dot dash dot L. Need leave, wasn't it? Need defensive leave? Does that make sense? Dot dash dot yeah, and then dash dot LN line. Need defensive line. Okay. Dash M. Line map. Let's just check that that's a P. Dot dash dot. Yep. And then dot dash dot L dot S. Leave. Dot. Bloody war will be over by the time we do this. V. Near. And then single dot E. Building. Dot dash dot dash dot L dash dot N LN. See if there's another one. Dash, dash. Okay, so G beside. Dot, dot. Dash, dot, F. Dot, dot, I. F, I, U. River, beside river. Dot, dash, A. Dot, dash, dot, R. Wait, what was the first one? AR, AR, over and out.
They are asking
I
me
must
to
have missed
find a
one.
map of the
I must have not
defensive
clicked it.
line. There is one
I
in
swear
my
that's what we
father's
did.
study.
Bloody hell. I will say I read an episode of Wind in the Willows for the podcast yesterday and I absolutely loved it. One of my favourite chapters so far. Very good. Very good, that book. Fast becoming one of my favourite books, which is, I don't think I ever read the book. Maybe I had it read to me, I don't know. I remember the old TV show somehow. Like there were films and adaptations and stuff. Like I remember I liked Wind in the Willows. The Wind in the Willows. Like I knew the characters and everything. But reading the book, I'm like, man, this is awesome. It's been so good. Okay, so now photograph the map. Is that Dad's map? Yeah. We spying. Oh, I missed beside. Okay. Definitely sounds like me. Moly. Okay, let's get this for the rebels, you know? Make it a bit more readable.
That's it. Hopefully the image comes out clearly.
Okay. Probably got to develop that before I go, right? I would reckon. Yeah, 2 chapters left and then it'll be a full audiobook, which is pretty cool. Because we've been reading that one, God, for like a year now. Off and on. The map. Focus. But I've been pretty taken with that one. Pretty taken with Winnie the Pooh as well. That's been great.
The print should be fine like this. You can see detail clearly.
I guess she could have just taken the map, but not if she's coming back. It'd be sus, right? So now we go by the river. Which was the river. Around the back, I think? Or maybe this beside the river. Maybe it's this here. No, that's going down to the barn. Meow, 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 meow. That's what it said. Leave the photo near the stream. Up here. Can't cross over. Secrets. Where though? Is this not the stream? What? Over there. Wait, is that over the bridge? Good thing there's a map. Yeah, over and then down there. Man, what a world. No Walkman, you know, no iPod, no tunes on your phone. Just your own thoughts in your head as you walk
According
around.
to Nanny, this was an old windmill.
What a
It
nightmare.
has been abandoned for as long as I can remember, and it has always given me the creeps.
Your own little inner monologue rattling around inside your brain box.
There we go. The photo is where they requested.
People's brains must be different these days, right? Just the amount of stimulation and dopamine that we just get thrown at us all day long. Like, our entire brain chemistry must be different to, like, 50 years ago. Use the telegraph. Oh, bloody hell, I gotta tell him I put it there now. Mate, this whole section is literally making this game an hour longer. Oh, no. Listen, our game's not long enough. What if we actually have them send Morse code? I mean, it's cool, but... Jeez. The intermission here. The Morse code intermission. Leave this bit out of the YouTube video. Alright, here we go.
I have placed the photo where requested, so I need to find the right words to communicate it. Oh, and of course, I need to remember the code word.
Okay. Town on Fire. Town on Fire. The new album. And then, so we're saying that we've placed the photo. So, photo. Positioned? Photo positioned, photo located. Photo located, let's do that one. House, what was it, like house near stream? Is stream on here, or river? House near... I don't see streams. Shall I do river? Over? Try that.
No, this doesn't seem clear to me.
That's very
I need
clear.
to find the right words.
Very bloody clear. The photo of the map has been positioned. Oh, it's telling me. Well, that doesn't sound... That sounds less clear than what I said, game. I'm just going to be real with you. Town on fire... Oh, remove. Wait. Don't go away! Oh god, what did it say? Photo located...
I'll add
Tell me
over
again.
at the end to make it clear that I have finished. No, this doesn't seem clear to me. I need to find the right words.
Photo of the map has been positioned. Great, okay. Photo. Photo. Is there an of? Map. Positioned. Over. Okay, that's done it. I remember my friend had a CB radio. But that wasn't like Morse code, that was like literally people would just...
Damn it.
Oh,
I got the length of the sound wrong. I'll try this word again from the beginning.
I am bloody Morse code. Bump. Wrong number. Get off this line. Dash dot C dot dash A. C A tank dot dash L dash dot N no dash dot C located dash dot dash K.
They have worked out the position of the tank. I should confirm that I've understood their message with received.
Send at least 2 words back. Message received. Where's that? Send at least 2 words back. Don't I have to say town on fire though? Received. We have received. Is there one that says message, or should I say communication received? Over and out.
I'll add over at the end to make it clear that I have finished.
Well, what's the difference? Isn't over and out when you're done? Awkward goodbyes back in the day. No, you say over. No, you say over. Nice. Morse code simulator. Oh god, is this what's come? Bloody hell. Bloody, someone's lonely on the other end of this thing. Christ, conversation's over, mate. Dash T. Right. Dot dash dot R. Find. Dot dash A. So that would be weapons, I would assume. Dash dot dot D. Find the D. Dot dash dash dot P. Catch. Cache. Dot 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 dash. Near. Dash. Dot 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 B. Gonna guess it's woods, but let's double check. Dot 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 S. BSC. Dash T. No, dash dot dash K.
There's a weapons cache in the woods. In my woods? Okay, I will search for it. Let's respond received again.
Let's not. Let's just assume. Received. Over. Mate, we should have told Dad. We should have just told Dad what was going on. It's all could have been avoided. We might have been shot or something, but better than this. You sign up for spy games and you get a Morse code conversation. Mate, what is he saying? He's like, ASL. Over. Right. Dot dash dash dot P. Okay, so let's get the second letter because there's more P's. Dash dash dot dot Z. Place. Dash dot dot dot. Not gonna lie, this is kind of making me want to play a puzzle game, like an escape room game or something. B. Say B. Okay, so place. I bet it's flag. Just guess. Dot dash dash dot P dot dash dot dot L. Pole. Place flagpole. Dot dash dot dot L. L. And then dash dot C. LC light. Flagpole light. Dash dot C dot dash dot L. CL. Close. Dash dot C. Wait, what one am I on? Did I just do this one? No, I didn't. And then dash M. CM. Communications. Is that just over again? I would assume dot dash A. And then dot dash dot R, over and out.
Okay, so after I've been there, I will place a flag on the telephone pole near the house. They will then know that I have accomplished the task. Easy peasy.
I love puzzles games sometimes. I just like never really stream them because, oh look, Death Scythe symbolism. I get too conscious of like sitting in silence staring at it. But if I'm just like playing something off stream, like that kind of thing's nice, just to like sit and look at for a while and try different things. But always if I stream that kind of thing, anytime I get stuck on a puzzle, I'm like, this is boring, solve it quickly. Right. Find the weapons cache. Off into the woods we go. Can I go on my bike, at least? Or not? Because I can't get my bike down here, can I? No. Because of the steps or whatever. Or can I? Maybe if I cycle down this way. Oh, sure, screw it, we'll walk. It's fine. But I'm a fan of like getting stuck on something and then when you solve it, it's just very satisfying. Whether that's a puzzle or something super difficult like a Cuphead or a boss, you know. Like when I beat that Elden Ring boss over the weekend, I was legit like, oh my god, yeah, this is why people play these games. That feeling, that relief that washes over you. It's like a little adrenaline rush, a little dopamine hit. I did it. What's this?
What is this place? This never used to be here. Oh, it's closed from the inside. How can I get in?
From the other way, maybe. Find a way to enter. Strange structure in the woods. Must be another entrance. I was asked to find the weapons cache. Must be somewhere in the woods near home. Wait, why is it marked? So there's another entrance all the way over there? Is that what we're saying? Is that this way? So I know that there's quite a bit cut out of the PlayStation version of this. This is the PC version. Anything kind of graphic has been cut out, but I feel like not much has like happened in that way so far. I'm sure it picks up, but if you were playing the PlayStation version of this, you'd be like, what am I? Like, you wouldn't even have had the dream sequences or the cutting the face off yet. You'd be like, what is this game? I thought this was a horror. How do I get over there, though? Can I go down there? Do I have to follow this all the way? And then maybe go up that way? I'm confused. Maybe by boat. Or maybe we're going to the boat. Note to self. Spy work is really boring. It's not James Bond. I don't have a license to kill. I have a license to decipher messages and wander around the woods. Right? Does that make sense that we're gonna get in the boat maybe and go to it? Kind of, I think. Yeah, that kind of censorship is pretty crazy given how much stuff is like in games and stuff now. Like, why is Sony being kind of sensitive? I don't know. Like, that wasn't necessarily any more graphic than that scene in The Wolf Among Us when we fixed our own, you know, when we set the bone with Bigby's bone and stuff. Like, to be honest, gave me the same heebie-jeebies. Oof, turn that down. Where's Nessie at? I want to go back to Loch Ness sometime. What's that? Speak up.
I don't understand why Mother never wanted me and Martha to use it.
Oh no. Hello? Boat? What? Oh. Okay, that's an invisible wall. I thought it had broken. Where am I going? I Truman showed. Donk. Oh. Driving skills lacking.
Someone must have worked in it recently.
There we go. Best gondola in the region.
Tunnel? Here? It wasn't there when I was younger, I'm sure of it.
Be cool to have an underground bunker, wouldn't it?
There's been a whole world underneath us this whole time.
I'd make it really nice though, so it wasn't scary to go down there. Lots of light. Pink and blue walls, you know. Some nice wallpaper or something. Carpeted. Ooh. I think I found something.
When was this place built? I didn't know it even existed.
What the heck just happened? These are the weapons. Not that one, no. That wouldn't be my choice for decoration, just so we're clear, if I had a bunker. Just...
This place gives me the creeps.
That's not the wallpaper I'd go with. Hangings, the drapes, you know. Trusting my senses here to get me the right way. Never ends well.
This must be a dormitory, but no one is here. Who knows why?
Dude, just imagine, like, in real life doing some urban exploring like this, though, and you're a good 10 minutes into exploring tunnels, and then you hear someone down there with you, or you enter a room and someone's chilling in there, like, my heart would fall out of me.
Dear Brunhilde, the heat here is killing me. We have been trapped inside the tunnel. It seems that Command are preparing for something big, but they are not telling us what. The other day, we went out on patrol and accidentally shot a young girl.
Oh, this is where those guys came
I will carry the weight
from.
of this guilt for the rest of my life. I love you always. The hope of seeing you again is what keeps me going. T. The soldier who shot me, he thinks I'm dead. I don't feel any resentment. We are all hurting so much.
Skin.
This telephone doesn't work. Oh, it's probably because I cut that line.
Perfect. Another good job well done.
Oh my god. This character represents me pretty well. Hello? Oh, the phone doesn't work. Probably because I cut that line just 5 minutes ago. I forgot. This is the bunker that I cut the line to. Bloody idiot. Put phone down. God's sake.
Finally an exit. Looks like I'm back in the woods near the house.
Hey.
I need to find something to confirm that this is in the area. In the message they mentioned using a flag.
So do I have to search more?
I need to find something to confirm that this is in the area. In the message they mentioned using a flag.
So do I have to find a flag in there, I would think.
I need to find something to confirm that this is in the area. In the message
But at least
they
we have the
mentioned
shortcut
using
now.
a flag.
Nice. Alright. Look for a flag in here then. Bow. Back we go through the tunnels. I don't know what would be scarier, like hearing footsteps in there with you, or just like someone screaming and it just echoes down the hallway to you would be pretty nightmarish, wouldn't it? There's those pills of Mum's down here though, that's a bit odd.
Paintings here too. This looks like something important. I think if Mummy were here to see them, she would take them straight home.
Her pills are there that she always takes though. Would you rather be like in a woodland and hear that you're not alone in the woodland as you're trying to get somewhere, or in a bunker like this in hallways? What would you rather deal with? Maybe down here. Way down we go. Down, down, down. Keep going down. Further and further. Wait, is this the way I came in? Fluffy neck. Let's see what it says about it. Find the weapons cache. Right, so I didn't find that yet, apparently. Let's go a different way. Amazing. Or you find someone in a cage, you know? And they're like, let me out. And you think, but wait, what if this is a trick? What if they're caged up for some reason? Can't trust anybody. Is this not... How is this not the weapons cache, though? Maybe I've missed something. I'm clicking the button to highlight stuff, but nothing highlights in here. So let's go the other way. I turned down here. Let's go this way. Then I feel like, didn't we just go down here? Then I kept going down. So we turn that way. But this also goes down. Ah! Right, we've had them do the Morse code, and that's added an hour of player time onto our relatively short game. It's still a bit short. Does anyone have any ideas? Bunker maze? Nazi bunker? And they can get lost in it and look for something? Perfect. Get design in it. I feel like I just haven't clicked the right thing. Is this not just back to the boat? This is definitely a different stairwell, but... yeah, that loops back to here. Okay, so I guess go through the Nazi bit and then see... dash, dash, I quit, over and out. I don't want to be a spy anymore. Repairs telephone wire. Oh, why does it always glitch there? It's weird. These are very clearly weapons. But it's not letting me do anything. I was asked to find the weapons cache. Must be somewhere in the woods near home. Just check the map, make sure we're not... I'm not on here anymore because I don't have a map of this place, right? That's the way out. See where this leads to. That was the dorm. Okay, what's up here? Back down to there, so that loops around, and then just up here is the way out, no? Right? Was there another turn I missed? Where's my bag? Got stuff. Anything? Hey, you want to see what your tarot is? This is how everyone's week's gonna go. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm feeling them. I'm feeling them. That one. The High Priestess. Okay. The spirits are calling me. The moon. La luna. The Empress.
I have to see beyond appearances. There are those who betray me and speak ill of me, but someone will know how to give me the right advice.
That's not a good one. Only one divination per day? What? Rude. That's some bull. I wanted to do more. Okay, and now I'm bloody back here. I don't understand. Guys, where am I going? Does anyone know? That didn't sound like a good tarot. I only ever get good tarot readings on TikTok. I feel like I'm being lied. Am I about to take...
I will hang this on top of the pole next to my house. That will confirm these tunnels are in the area.
I didn't find the
My
weapons,
mission
though.
will then be complete.
Oh, get comfy. Wait, I'm okay. Maybe I don't have to find the weapons then. Maybe it's just going to log that they're there. Well, I take it back, game. I'm just stupid. You would think after 8 years of this I would stop blaming games and know that I'm the problem. Although I did at least realise that with Elden Ring when I wasn't enjoying it very much. I was like, guys, it's fully possible that I just don't know what I'm doing and I'm lost and it's my fault. And it was. That's called growth, you know? Okay, so how do we hang this? Attach the flag to the telephone pole. Which one? The one all the way back there? Thought we were going to hang it here. Would you guys consider yourselves in some way spiritual / like in any form? Doesn't have to be tarot or religion or anything else, but just in like some form spiritual in a way of like believing things outside of like what is known, I guess. Spiritual / supernatural / oh, did that just turn me around? Energies / you know, whatever. Some kind of unknown powers, you know. Could even be just believing in a soul, believing in soulmates, believing in anything like that. Up there we go. Bum, 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 bum. Around that way. I feel like I am. And even in ways that could, you know, be explained with, you know, science that we just don't have yet. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like there are strange things. Well, picking up on stuff, you know? This feels really obvious. Like, is dad going to be happy when he comes back and sees that hanging up there?
I have done everything they asked of me. That's the end of it. That's the end of it. I hope I made the right choice.
Definitely didn't. If we could have avoided that little trip down learning about Morse code and Nazi bunkers, but it is what it is. What's next? The tarot cards. Find the keys to the happy room. The White Lady. Read the diary. Is this in my pocket? Ah.
July 18th. Everything has changed. I feel like a different person. The best part of me left with Martha. My enthusiasm, my desire to live, and the will to joke around. I find myself alone, left to my own devices, confused with no desire or expectations. I was handling the cameras at the lake and there was a floating body on the water. I don't remember what I was doing before. Yet another memory lapse. That lifeless body was Martha's, my sister. Mummy ran up to me and hugged me, thinking I was Martha and that I, Julia, was dead. I didn't correct her mistake, and now it's too late. If they find out I have been fooling everyone, I don't even want to think about it. I feel terribly guilty pretending to be Martha, pretending to be deaf. I took the photo for Martha's frame. I know it's too late now, and I felt incredible
Can't pretend to be
pain
deaf
facing
anymore.
the picture.
That's a
I
role
said
that needs to go
goodbye
to an
her
actual deaf
forever in
person, I'm
pain.
afraid,
I
Julie.
realised she was gone, and there was no going back. I must do one thing for Martha. I must find out what happened. The partisans couldn't have killed her. That's just ridiculous. Lapo is my friend, and he is one of them. He loved us so much. We know all of them, so it's just impossible.
Unread page.
July 19th. I retrieved the cameras at the lake, but I had convinced myself that I was the one who had hurt Martha. So much so that when I had the rolls with me on the way home, I found myself in another horrible dream.
Quite the artist.
I don't even remember going to sleep. As soon as I woke up, I developed the film. The photos confirmed to me that my memory of that night was correct. It was a great relief. I have decided to go back to the lake in an attempt to communicate with the White Lady. I know it's a crazy thought, but I can't get it out of my head. I need to know what happened to Martha, so I must pursue every possible avenue, even the path of insanity.
I call this piece Baby in a Box.
Now I know what must be done to meet the lady. Nanny has explained everything to me. I must try to meet her early in the morning when it is foggy, or all will have been in vain. That's what the legend says. This is what I need to do. 1. I must re-invoke her loss by putting her into contact with her lover. To do this, Nanny said to look for his grave in the woods, but there are so many.
Okay, we did
Daddy
see some
always
graves.
said that infrared photos can see what the naked eye cannot. Maybe then they also see ghosts. There wouldn't be anything strange about that now, considering I'm trying to contact one after
So
all.
infrared pictures
How
of
crazy.
ghosts.
2. A part of me needs to enter her world. A lock of hair would work, so I'll need scissors to cut some off.
Got
3.
scissors.
I will need an object that connects her world to mine. I don't know what to do for this yet. Hopefully something will come to mind when I least expect it. 4. To communicate with her, I will need to use my tarot cards. I will meet with the lady on the island where her lover was executed.
Okay. Objective updated. I feel like everything else we've been doing has been side quests. The spirit of the White Lady lives in the lake. Nanny told me her story before going to sleep. Requirements: the lover, a personal object, foggy. So it must be foggy to photograph spirits. To take infrared photos, I need a special infrared film. It's not foggy though. Do I just get a bed? There are those graves in the wood, but I don't know. Meow, meow. Can I sleep?
That raven is making a big fuss.
Where is he? Le Raven.
Maybe it's the same raven that killed that poor sparrow.
Where is it? Is that it? I'm gonna follow you. Our daughter's following a bird again. Leave her to it, she's spiritual. It's trying to tell me something.
from the same fabric I found a shred of next to the lake. In fact, it is torn. It must be my mother's. My goodness.
Birds are super smart.
I started to suspect that Mummy could have been involved in Martha's murder. Lost in these thoughts, hours passed. And I completely forgot about the funeral.
Wow.
When I realized it was evening, they were already carrying the coffin towards the cemetery. She never loved me, I knew that well. But I would never have believed that. Had it been her? I struggled to believe it, but it made so much sense. At the lake, she must have thought Martha was me because she was convinced that I was dead.
Why would the mum kill a twin and not check which one it was? It doesn't make sense. That can't be it. Oh yeah, she was in our dress. Okay, so maybe she was. And there's been a big deal about how they couldn't tell us apart, but I don't know.
When the funeral ended, I felt an irresistible urge to play. I loved music. I started playing without thinking about the
Oh my god,
possible
music minigame,
consequences.
please.
I didn't care anymore. I needed to feel alive, to exist again.
What's going on here? Julia? Is that you? No, it's not possible. Martha's never played. She's deaf, yet no.
I'm Beethoven.
This is madness. My God. So, Martha? I understand now. You can get all of the attention, right? You were jealous, weren't you?
I just outed
because
myself.
She was a wonderful girl and you're just a useless little slut.
Mom.
How did you manage to convince her? I get it now. But she talked to me. No, it doesn't make sense. I will have you locked up in an asylum. You hear? That's enough. You will pay for what you've done, you cursed lunatic. They will torture you to reveal the monsters in your head.
The fact I just keep playing the whole time, though. I might be a little crazy if that's what I'm doing when someone's shouting at me.
Her words were as sharp as blades. I tried to tell her that it wasn't me. I showed her the photos I developed that proved my innocence. But she grew all the more angry, calling me crazy, and then she began to hit me with everything she had at hand. I closed my eyes as more darkness began to take over in me. Memories came flooding back. Not memories of actual past events, but more so of feelings. Feelings I had when I was little. They were scary. They were the fears of a little girl. Despite what had happened, I went walking in the woods early the next morning to meet the lady. The evening before, my father had tried desperately to console me.
Their previous game was in an asylum.
Talk to me, Julia.
Jeez, Dad, you're so loud.
You know I love you. I just want to understand what happened. I am happy you are alive.
Dad's the biggest bloody jump scare so far.
Even if we have lost Martha, your mother was just in shock. She didn't want to hurt you.
The White Lady. Let's go. So I need to go to the grave. Yeah, take a photo at the grave in the woods. Where was that? Up there. Let's go back on ourselves then. Martha! Get these things before we go wandering off. And then we'll do a little summoning. A little spirit summoning. Up here. Let's get this ghost story going.
I don't know what I'm hoping to find, but what else can I do? I will hopefully see if one of these graves is hiding something. I hope that the infrared film will show me.
Okay. So, stick a tripod on, and the infrared. Get it in focus. Guess I have to develop it. Back to the house. I've enjoyed this though. It's nice to play games with like bits of story and then these kind of like running around bits in between so I get to talk to you guys. When stuff's just like story all the time, I feel a bit like I don't get to have a chat. As slow paced as this has been, I've been enjoying it. Also, I didn't really want it to be like super intense and scary, you know. Let's be honest. So what are we doing up here? What's this on the map? My bicycle. Why? For what? Going down? Okay. Wait, let me move this and see if it moves on the map. Bumble, the lover. That'll be the dark room. Have I been locked out? Am I shunned? What? I don't live here no more. Papa, let me in. Develop the photo. Check if there's anything unusual. To take infrared photos, especially in film, the tripod that I used, look at the map. But how do I get in? I have been shunned. Was there another way in? Oh, by the barn, actually. Hang on. By the cows. Maybe that's open. Stupid mother. Didn't secure things.
The yellow filter. If it were to snow, it would be perfect. The green filter. Useful for landscapes.
Right. Oh, there you go. Man chilling on a grave.
There's the grave I've been searching for.
What are you
Spirit of a
doing?
prisoner.
Bloody heck,
Just like
don't
the
take a
Red
picture of
Lady,
me.
He's trapped in this world, but they can no longer meet one another. Evil is
Well,
separated.
go on then. I'll pause like this while you do it. Let me flex. Let me flex first. Got him. A classy nude. Ah, I thought something was going to be there. I don't know why. That was unnecessarily spooky for a second. The silence and then slowly opening the door. Okay. Find the correct grave. Well, we know which one it is now. Let's go back into the woods. Back up that way. There's no way that way, right? I have to go up and around. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see if we can get there on a bike. It's got to be here for a reason, right? So we'd go... There's only steps to go that way, but maybe I can go the other way. I don't know. Why would the bike be here otherwise? I don't think there was a way down here, though. No, that's also steps. Let me ride. Yeah. Oh. Ah. There we go. Have I left that open? Oh no, it's hidden. Okay. What happened?
Oh no, the fence has been destroyed.
The cow! And the chickens! Chupacabra!
Could it have been wolves?
Damn. Oh my god, the little ones. The pig! No! Dad, help me. My kittens came out. What is this?
Nazi fascists at the stake.
Yo, the rebels killed our
Who could have done
animals.
this? What did these poor creatures have to do with anything?
Rude. Kill the Nazis, not the Nazis' animals. What's wrong with you? I blame you, chat, for voting to help them. Alright, see if we can get onto the woods with this.
I can't ride here. Better walk on foot.
Really? Okay. Are you sure? I can't get off. There we go. That was scary for a second. Okay, where was that grave? Up here. Me bloody animals! That one.
If I wear this, it should allow me to make contact with her. With this object, she'll have to hear me, I have no doubt. I'm missing the element that connects my world to that of the White Lady. Oh,
the lake. Okay, so now...
Lake? Of course. Why didn't I think of it sooner? The dress that I threw in the bushes that cursed day. It's been sitting beside the lake for a few days now, in a world that is both mine and hers.
Cursed. 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 Custard. We got all the things we need now. Just check we're going the right way. Okay, follow it down. I know, Why do pigs have to be so cute and smart? Because bacon is so tasty, you know? It's not fair. I cry every time I eat a bacon sandwich. Off to the island. Curious what's going to happen here. Down, down, down. I could probably just get a chicken and fish, to be honest with you. Or just chicken. Don't even like fish that much. Where's the dress though? Do I not have to get that first? Ah, there it is.
Here it is. I hope it works. Now that I have everything I need to communicate with the lady, I can finally go to the island.
Bear Island. Let's go. I've run aground. I am uninjured. How do I know where to pull in? Oh. There's bloody Doc, I'm back. Never get in a car with me or a boat with me, apparently, is the message from my video game playing. If I'm driving, you know, if I'm a passenger, it's fine.
This is the tree the lover was hung from, according to the legend.
Right. And then use my tarots, right? Told me her story, so I've got all the things. Look at the map, we're here. I'm gonna try and communicate. There's some random films in the dress. Secrets.
A roll of film.
Plot
It's the one
twist.
that I was taking out of the camera just before I discovered Martha's body. It should contain shots from before that moment.
Who did it?
With a bit of luck, one of the shots has captured the moment of Martha's murder. I will then finally have an answer. Was it really Mummy? I will develop it as soon as I can.
Dude, this reminds
Now
me of
it's
this
time to
true
start
crime
with
case
that
from
lady.
very, very long ago, where it was someone was taking photographs in the park that day, and then like somehow they like blew the picture. This is like forever ago. It's like the 80s or like the early 90s or something, and they like blew the picture up and saw the like the murder taking place in the background on these pictures. I remember hearing about that at school and just being like, wow, it's so freaky, dude. Like imagine accidentally photographing that kind of thing.
I will wear her lover's
But also
cross
good
to
because they
draw her to me.
get the person, you know? Snip the hair. I need a trim.
A lock of my hair to enter into her world. I will use the tarot cards to communicate with her. The first 10 will be used like I did with Nanny. Once 2 cards have been chosen, it should begin.
Okay. What a lovely deck.
You camouflage yourself in the woods to approach me. You blend in with the water to make yourself known. You wish to communicate with me through the energy of symbols. You use my pain to summon me. You are very bold. You call upon me for knowledge that I do not possess. For answers I do not have. I am only a vessel, like water, like air, a vessel to move and breathe.
It worked. Now I need to choose 2 cards.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Anyone else expecting her to like pop out of the water though? Let's go straight down the middle. Okay, cool. The devil. Great. Love that. And then one from the bottom. Feeling to the left.
Part of our soul embraces the people we love. It is then torn away from us when these people disappear. The wound is deep and it cannot heal. Faith vacillates. Death causes fear. But the church is a safe place. It is home and mother to its children. Faith is the light. Do not lose it. Finding it again is almost impossible. I lost it in sorrow, and without time, I am lost in the dark.
What is this, Morse code? Speak plainly, woman. Okay. The tower. It says love. And then, hey, that devil's got boobs. Okay, come here. The chariot.
You do not have control of yourself. There is a dark figure inside you. The wounds are feeding it. It will do things you do not like. It will use your desires, your guilt, the darkest parts of your conscience.
This is all feeling like a very negative reading. I want a refund. You meant to comfort me, the fool. Cool picture though. I'm feeling this one up here. Oh, the hanged man. Cool.
You will no longer be able to tell light from darkness. In sorrow, the difference is so subtle. You are alone, and you will remain alone.
Okay.
Memories are abandoning you.
Maidenless.
They are your only true companions. Now they take the place of your happy childhood. And they may return to keep you company.
Alright, what are we feeling? I'm feeling bottom right. Death. I meant top left. The stars.
I can
hey,
sense
boobs.
that you want to know who did it.
This is a saucy
but
deck.
I do not have the answer. You must find it yourself. Do not ever try to enter through the front door if you wish to reach the heart. Your twin sister might have the answer you are looking for.
Her body.
Even after death, we leave traces
Her diary.
of ourselves,
Her trinket box.
don't we? Everything is indefinite if you look at the essence of things.
Surprisingly not a bad card. Aren't like most of the cards open to interpretation and kind of like even the negative ones are kind of, yeah, like death is sort of a moving on or like a passing or, you know, things like that they're open to kind of. Hierophant. High Priestess.
The daughter, the house, the mother. The daughter comes from the mother's house, then makes herself a home and becomes a mother. This cycle is broken. To undo the knot, find the sun. He is the original sin reflected on you. The one who gave you the light wishes to take it back. She wants control.
Martha?
Bit by bit, she is crumbling your life. You have to stop her.
Don't pop out, please. Oh, God damn it. Christ. I don't like it. Under the Sea. Would be cool to get this deck. Wouldn't that be a cool collector's edition thing, wouldn't it? Since the tarot seems to feature pretty prominently. I think they're sending me something, but I don't want to say anything in case it ends up not coming through. I want to spoil nothing. It's not a tarot though. A plane. I've become a mer. Is everything underwater now? The tree's underwater. I'm meant to follow the bubbles, or maybe I just swim back. I don't like it. What's my thing say? I don't have a map or anything. Maybe just get up, get out of here. I want to go back to being a spy. I don't want to be in the water anymore. Oh, hello. Oh, bloody hell. Okay, cool. Oh, I was in the bath. I was just having a dream. It's fine.
Speaking with the White Lady confused me even more, but at least now I have this key.
Is this maybe for her box? Yeah. She got pills too.
July 16th. Dear sister, I entrust my secrets to this letter. If you are reading it, things have gone as I thought they might, and I'm no longer there with you. First of all, I am not deaf, and I never was.
What?
Mother scared me when we were little, so I decided not to speak or listen anymore. It worked. In fact, Mother began to love me. They also found a scientific explanation for my deafness. Neurological damage caused by excessive pressure exerted by the twin during pregnancy progressively led
So I
to
got the
hearing
blame
loss.
for you being deaf
And
for my
like
whole
that,
life, and
my
you've only been
decision
deaf.
was also transformed into a fault of yours. So I must put it right.
Okay.
Do I have any other secrets? Unfortunately, yes, but a letter is too cold for such matters. Now that you know that I can speak, please go to the dark room. I have a hidden recording.
Well.
Listen to it and you will hear my voice. Farewell, Martha. Why all of this madness, Martha? What else have you been hiding from me? You deprived me of your voice for more than 15 years. I can't wait to hear it now.
Are we like 16? Let's see.
There is nothing here.
I don't feel like our age has been a thing. I guess you could work it out from the dates, like at the beginning and stuff. Do we need 2? Or is it just that?
Hi, Julia. I know that this will seem absurd, but this is me and this is my voice. We are equals in this sense, too. Well, it's obvious, really. I've basically always spoken, and you were my voice. I'm going to meet my fate, so I don't want there to be any more secrets.
Oh, now I'm playing as her. Am I? Is that what's going on?
I have to tell you that I'm pregnant, Julia.
Prego.
I'm pregnant with Lapo's baby. We had sex, and I never had the courage to tell you. I was so afraid of hurting you. I'm so ashamed. And now, how can I ever bring this child into the world? The baby is starting to show. Could you tell? That's why I'm no longer getting undressed in front of you. But for how much longer can I hide it? Yesterday, you asked me to go to the lake together early in the morning. You.
Oh yeah, we put her dress on.
Early. I asked you to switch beds with me, like we used to when we were little girls. I got up at dawn and didn't wake you. I put on one of your dresses.
This is cool, playing out the flashback of the audio.
I wrote a card to Mother telling her that it was you who was pregnant, not me, and to come and see at the lake. I left it on the desk in her room.
Oh, that's why she's like, you slut. That's why she killed her. This is making sense. On the desk in her room. Up here. Okay.
Then I felt the need to talk to you, and I remembered the recorder in the dark room.
Down we go. Still didn't go in there, did we?
I will go to the lake alone and act as you. I will tell her everything you never had the courage to tell her. I will be your voice. I know how much she's made you suffer over the years. Unlike you, I remember all of the harm she has done to you, and it is my fault. Take my place, sister. You will live a better life, and I will be able to rest in peace, knowing that I at least tried to put right what I have done wrong. I will go now. My last memory will be the image of you sleeping peacefully.
I feel like this is a really bad solution to the problem. I'm going to be honest. Martha.
Hi, Julia. I was upset. Unbelievably upset. July 16th, that cursed day. Martha didn't wake me up.
Like, Oh, sorry I lied for 15 years and like mum hates you because of me. Don't worry, I'm gonna get myself killed by our mother and pretend to be you, and then you can be me and pretend to be deaf forever. Like, sorry, what?
It was late. Martha hadn't woken me up as we had agreed.
This was your
I always
solution?
overslept.
What does it want me to do? Look at my bag or something? Ah, the bed.
Martha wasn't there, and we were supposed to go to the lake together. She even made her bed, which was unusual. I thought Mother woke
She
up
always was a
early,
drama queen.
despite her medication, and asked her to do something.
Do I get dressed?
There was a dress missing from my wardrobe. I simply decided to go out and take the photographs by myself without Martha.
I now understand how, like, girl siblings growing up are like, you're wearing my clothes, you know? I get it now. I would be annoyed. Ma, she wore my favorite sweater. You wore my dress to die in. Ah, sis, you got death all over my bloody favourite dress.
Something terrible.
Ma!
My mother had killed her beloved Martha with her own hands. I had then taken her place, usurping the throne of her affection. She would have never forgiven me. I had real reason to be afraid.
I want to develop that film we found, though. What's up, Minnie? Where are we going now?
I searched for one of Daddy's pistols to defend myself. What a stupid little girl I was. In spite of everything, that roll of film still needed developing, even if it didn't prove she was guilty. I also wanted to search for proof of Martha's pregnancy.
The gun. Okay, so the graveyard. Let us go develop that photo.
Units of an Indian division crossed the River Pesa on a vast front, and they advanced 2 kilometers south of Monte Lungo. Meanwhile, the New Zealand units have reinforced their
When it's not
positions
too sunny outside, the 200 ISO film works well. 400 ISO film. It comes into its own shooting clouds.
I love how there's just a whole photography sim in this game.
Telegram. I'll leave it in the letterbox. Have a good day.
Another telegram of condolence. Isn't it a bit late?
You've got mail.
Dear Mrs. Irene K., following your call, we have received a telegram from Dr. D. Your request has been accepted.
They're going to try and send me off to the asylum.
As soon as the police station issues authorization, we will send for the girl.
Wow.
While we wait, to avoid the girl taking any extreme actions, as per the fears you have expressed, we ask that you trust in the advice of her treating physician. I thank you for your generous and charitable donation to our institution. Director S.
She's
Volterra
like,
Psychiatric Hospital. Telephone 07.
here's a few hundred.
Now that she has
We'll come and get
discovered
her.
everything, she wants to lock me up in an asylum. Or maybe even worse. She wants to kill me and have everyone believe it was suicide. She is preparing all the finer details. Go to the dark room now. Not when she's around.
Oh.
I must stay as far away from her as possible.
Okay.
I could go to the cemetery instead to find out whether Martha really was pregnant or not.
The cemetery. Which is where? Is that up here? Is that the cemetery? Cemetery? I guess I'm going to cycle. Maybe? right? Didn't read the newspaper today. Go to cemetery. Check Martha's body. I'm going to assume it's up there. Does that look like a cemetery? Does anything else look like a cemetery? Who's this? In the woods. It's gotta be. Going for a nice little bike ride. They really nailed the sounds on this bike.
Martha is in the family crypt. That place is scary. I don't remember, but
Wait, where's the family crypt then?
Nanny told me we used to go there when we were kids, to see who was brave enough to go down the stairs. No one would ever go further than the first 2 steps. Now Martha's down there, alone, in the dark. She must be frightened.
What is? A biking sim. Well, there's this game supposed to be coming out at some point called Season, where you bicycle around in an impending apocalypse scenario and collect memories. It's like cozy melancholy. Looks dope.
The crypt is here. Not now. Let's hope the caretaker isn't around. That man gives me the creeps.
What's the bird want? Lapo.
I should water the plants. No one will do it. The caretaker clearly doesn't care.
There's a watering can. It's
Now that I have filled the watering can, I can water the plants.
now a farm sim. Lovely.
Lapo, if you were in front of me, what would I say to you? That I'm angry because you were sleeping with Martha? No, I'm not angry. I'm sorry that you kept everything hidden from me. It stings a little, perhaps, but faced with your loss, everything is now meaningless. I'm happy that they buried you here. We'll be neighbours. I knew that Daddy would allow it even if you were fighting with the partisans. For him, this war is as stranger as it is for me. Goodbye, Lapo. We will meet again soon. It's time to look for Martha.
Okay, family crypt. One of these, I would assume.
This door is locked, but I must get in. Maybe I can find something around here to break the lock.
Oh, like the thing that I told you to pick up at the entrance that you said not now? Huh?
These are perfect
a big
for breaking the lock.
nutcracker.
I should hurry before the caretaker comes back.
These nuts.
Thank you very much for the 99 bits. Appreciate it. Is anyone else kind of like fascinated by nutcrackers? And like just wanted to like crack the nuts, but not eat the nuts? Like always around Christmas, you know, like someone would end up having nuts and a like a cracker and like the like so satisfying.
Everyone takes a side. I find myself siding with my family, but I'm not sure whether it is right. Enough. I can't go on like this any longer. I can't go on pretending nothing happened. My family was slaughtered by these dirty Nazis. My daughter wasn't even buried, and I had to bury that half-blood instead. An Italian family that got cozy with the dirty Germans. Bastards, that's what they are. What am I supposed to do with my life now? I want to end it, but not without taking a few Germans down with me. You won't see me anymore, but you will hear about me. Long live the resistance. Viva Italia.
Rocco. Thank you for the 250. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Bye, Rocco.
Instructions for the automatic telephone machine. For example, if you wish to call the number 0573, pick up the telephone from the hook and bring the receiver to your ear. You will hear a continuous tone. Firstly, place your index finger in the hole displaying the number 0. Turn the disc clockwise until it stops. Let the disc return freely to its resting position. Repeat the same steps for the numbers 573.
Why are you teaching me how to use a phone? What is this? Kids React? Jesus. Okay, so what did I get? What did I just pick up? Something. The crypt. Check Martha's body at the cemetery. Found a note. Which one's ours? Maybe the big one. No. Like when they give them a Walkman and they have to like work out how to turn it on and stuff. Confused. Do I leave now? Enter the family crypt. Break the lock with the bolt cutters. Well, where was I just now then? This one covered in flowers and stuff. Oh, looks like recent, yeah. A recent death.
Family crypt is locked. The key must be in the caretaker's hut, as always.
Is this his hut? Ah, there we go. Big old key. Now this way. You would think it would be the large crypt in the center, but apparently we're not as privileged as we thought we were. Off in the corner here.
I can see why we were scared as children. It's a rather gloomy place.
I don't know, it's got character. So where is she? Oh my gosh. Music's pretty good down here. Uh-oh.
May God forgive me for what I'm about to do. I also pray that you, Martha, will forgive me.
Are we about to do what I think we're about to do? I feel like stuff's about to get real dark again. Oops. I don't know what I was expecting when it said to come here to find proof. I thought we might just have a look at her belly, you know? This is unnecessary. Guliana. Oh no. Oh no, that's awful. The scissors, the way the skin moved. Snipping a person like they're a bloody Christmas wrapping paper. Jeez. That technique's about as good as my bloody wrapping paper, I tell you. All over the shop here. It's been like a week. Wouldn't she be all dusty by now? Snip. Oh. BB.
It was true. Martha was pregnant.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Pregnant with a deformed fetus with 2 heads.
I want my BB.
Twins again. They always said that it ran in the family. I was all the more shocked. I was doing things that I had never done before. I do not know what force was moving me. I became unstoppable. I decided to photograph the horror as evidence to show my mother and to everyone. Who knows why?
Starting to think that all of the evidence we're collecting is just going to be what gets us locked up in the asylum, dude. When they develop this camera film, they're going to be like, yeah, lock her up. Throw her away. Throw away the whole person. She's mental. You don't understand. It was my mother. I'm proving what's going on. Out of focus. God forbid. Make sure it's in focus. There we go. Wink. What's up, Plaid Rocker? Beautiful timing.
Enough now. I will torture you no longer. I will come back to fix you, and I will stay and take care of you. We will spend so much time together. I love you, Martha.
Oh, snippy snip. I mean, at least put the lid back on. You know? Jeez.
Doctor,
oh
I must thank you for your help.
That scared me.
I wouldn't know what to do without you.
Oh, my heart.
Even our own dear Donatello seems to not understand the situation.
Irene, please. Consider the idea of leaving Italy as your husband suggested. It would be better for everyone, especially for the girl.
I fear that nothing will make her better. Her father doesn't want to accept it. I believe that hope is long
What's
gone.
sticking out of my hand? Is that
But
my
in Germany,
bone?
there are better treatments in specialized clinics. The asylum is a temporary solution, just to ensure that she doesn't do anything foolish. But it's a nightmarish place. You know that all too well. You cannot possibly want this for your daughter.
Of course I don't. But what can I do?
Like my hand
She's
is all
a danger
bloody.
to herself, to us, to everyone. One of Eric's guns has also disappeared. She must have taken it. Who else could it have been? I am so scared, Doctor. I cannot wait any longer. Also, you know what they think of Italians in Germany, don't you?
But you would be with Eric, an esteemed general. Everyone will respect you.
That cursed girl. Where could she be? Let's hope she doesn't play any more foolish stunts. I'll wait for her here, in the cellar. Sooner or later, she'll go to the dark room. That's for sure.
I would gladly stay and keep an eye on her. But I must rush to town to organize the last few things for her hospitalization.
That's him. That's him rushing.
Don't worry.
Walks
We'll
like he
see you
pooped
later.
himself. Man, that looks really weird. The hand. It looked like our bone was out or something. Oh, what is that? I'm trying to bloody see. The FOV is so tight. Hang on. Oh. It's just like a mark. It's just like paint or something. Or just glistening? I don't know. Mother? I have returned. I know what you did, Mother. Why do I feel like it's a choice whether I go up and escape here or go confront her? Let's confront her, though.
She's sleeping. I must take advantage of this.
Oh, no.
I will make her talk.
Okay.
She will reveal the truth out of fear. She thinks I can be silenced by calling me crazy. But unbeknownst to her, I will record everything.
Honestly...
Everyone will know what you have done to your own daughter.
I don't know, dude. I'm half expecting we're going to develop this film and we did it. You know what I mean? To be honest. Let's see.
I would make too much noise and wake her up.
Oh, okay. God, I want to get that picture. That's got to be the last thing in the picture. Casual tarot reading whilst we're here. Mother? Mother? How do I take the gun out? Maybe it's this thing. Oh, we're recording it. Sneaky. I really am a spy now, aren't I?
Now I will wake her up and she will confess. You can bet on it.
Oh.
What are you doing, my daughter? Why do you want to ruin your life?
I'm sorry. It wasn't me who just shot Mummy. It wasn't me.
Yo.
Dear God, what have I done?
Are we like
She
blacking
forced
out
me.
and
She
Martha
killed
is
Martha.
taking over?
But who in the world will believe me now?
The two-headedness?
They will take me to the mental asylum. Those rolls of film are my only hope.
Like the whole two-headed baby thing? We're a bit kind of double.
So that's who had the keys to my childhood bedroom. I could have guessed.
Well. Ow. Christ.
My God. Sooner or later, more bombs will land here. Then everything will come to an end.
Actual ringing in ears, because that was so bloody loud, game.
Damn, the power is out. It's impossible to develop that roll of film now.
The effort to get this film developed. Okay, but seriously, another tarot. Here we go. This is everyone's tarot reading for March. For the month of March. What awaits you guys? Let's find out.
I mustn't care about what people think.
Okay. It's good. Good advice.
All fear will prevent me from facing the music.
Okay, less enjoyable.
It will be very difficult to recover from the mental collapse.
Okay, cool, great. What else is in store for us then?
Destiny is inevitable. The end waits for us.
Great. Cheery then. Cheery. Things just go from bad to worse, don't they? What are these?
Perfect. Another good job well done.
Everyone's cursed
At
now.
least now I finally have the keys to my old room. But why was it locked in the first place?
Every time something goes wrong this month, people are just going to be like, Morph! Those bloody cards.
The New Zealanders conquered Tavernelli in the eastern sector
yes.
of the battlefront. The troops of the 2nd New Zealand Division, British 8th Corps, conquer Tavernelli. The 6th South African Armoured Division advances on the heights near Greve, conquering the peaks of the
New
Dominion
Zealand.
and Philly Mountains.
Alaskan man,
The
thank you
4th
so much
Division reaches San Giovanni.
for the 46 months coming in with that prime resub. It's good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Alright, up to the bedroom. We're going overtime here, but I feel like maybe we make this a one and done.
Finally, I can enter my room.
Feels like we're getting through it, you know? Definitely gone over, but it's alright. Got to for story games sometimes. Oh my gosh. The town.
It's like being a child all over again. I used to play with the puppets by reenacting what was happening in my life, to clear my mind. I want to do it again. At the beginning of any puppet act, there was always the legend of the White Lady. Otherwise, the scenes I was reenacting were worthless. According to an ancient legend, the lakes of the area are haunted by the spirit of a young woman who was killed by the man she loved.
Cool.
A lover's nightly tryst by the lake.
This is the stuff from the
Much
original
hope
teaser
and
for this, the
desire,
announcement trailer.
but death, not love, was awaiting her.
Oh.
My love is not here yet. I'll wait. Ah, what a beautiful moon tonight.
Move this puppet within the theatre to unlock an
You're
action.
here at last. What's going on? Why are you acting weird?
Oh. I know you kissed another.
I know you kissed another. I would never do that. I love you. I love you too much. The thought of you with another drives me insane. That's why you have to die.
This is the puppet show you put on as a kid?
What did I do to you?
Straight to the asylum.
In despair, the man confessed he had killed her out of jealousy.
It's so satisfying bouncing the puppets around like that. I'd play a whole game like this. No. Nice. And I grew up playing with toys like that all the time.
Never found. Since then, her spirit, known as the White Lady, takes the life of a young woman whenever events take her back to that sad day.
Here she comes. I remember I had a Ghostbusters fire station like building toy, and that was always the center of like all of the stories. Was the set. Oh yeah, I remember this. I think this scene was in the demo actually. Come here.
Help! Help me! Now I can begin. First of all, let's clarify
Here's
what
us.
happened the night before the cursed 16th of July.
This part's new, I'm pretty sure. They say the war will be over soon.
Dad says we're losing. What will happen if we do?
Oh, no voice because she's said she was deaf, right? She likes signing. They will take everything from us. Will we become poor?
Will we go to Germany?
I feel like knowing sign language would be dope, actually. Should be taught in schools, honestly. More useful than French. I mean, unless you're in France. Do you want to come with me to the lake? Did you see Lapo yesterday?
Did you see Lapo yesterday?
Why do you ask?
I saw him leave the barn. Weren't you there?
That's where she got prego. Barn fumble. A roll in the hay, as they say. Throw a tantrum. No!
Do you want to come with me to the lake tomorrow? I want to take some photos.
Yeah, there's ASL and BSL. I'd assume there's others as well. What if Mummy finds out?
Let's go at dawn. Mummy sleeps heavily anyway. You know she's been taking that medicine.
Will you actually wake up at dawn? Mate, if we're blacking out and we killed our mum, we just experienced the blackout. 100% we did wake up and we went and killed her and just then went back to bed.
Wake me up.
Can't wake up. Shall we swap beds like we used to when we were kids?
Sure, great idea.
Go to sleep. Whee. Can someone put me on strings and just move me around all day? Seems chill.
Yes, it happened like this. Then in the morning, Martha went to the lake pretending to be me to show her pregnancy. She knew Mother was going to follow her down. Now I can only guess what happened when they met at the lake.
I don't know.
Hello, Mummy.
Hi, Julia.
Julia. Take your knife, undress. What do you want from me?
What do you want from me?
Take off your clothes. I want to see your shame. How dare you talk to me like that? Take Cain?
Do you want to hurt me, Mummy?
Use Cain. I mean, let's try this one.
Take off your clothes. I want to see your shame.
Mum crazy, but I don't think this is what happened. Take knife. We know Mum survived. Wonder if I lose if I do this wrong.
I'm going to kill you.
Dum, dum, dum,
Sorry, it's not funny. It's
Could
the
have happened
sounds.
like this, even if it does seem too straightforward to me.
Boom, boom. Oh. Oh, I have to do it right. Oh, okay. It's like the Morse code all over again.
Hello, Mummy.
Take off your clothes. I want to see your shame.
At least she went behind a bush. There was that naked doll at the beginning, actually, which was like covering itself up and looking shamed. I guess a bit of a clue.
So you are pregnant. Your sister was right.
Take a bath.
Well, at least I had fun.
That's usually how pregnancy happens.
I'll punish you for this, whore. Try. I dare you.
But we weren't beaten with a cane, right? I mean, she wasn't. We did just drown. I don't know. Use cane?
Dum. Dum.
I think I have to be in the water.
Dum. Dum.
Oh, no. There's the dress. No?
This might be exactly what happened.
Okay. I'll take it.
I will never know exactly what happened, but
Because the dress ended up in the bush, didn't it?
And after everything, I shot my mother. No, I didn't shoot. What actually happened? It is all in my mind, but I can remember. I know I can.
That's what you get, mother! Oh? Oh?
A little arm.
Did we cut Mummy up?
A small leg.
Is that what's happening?
And another little arm.
And put her in a bag?
Another small leg. Oh look, only the head is left.
Hmm. Well, time to clean up. No one will ever know. Are we gonna drop her in the river or something? Mm-hmm. Not that I know where you would hide bodies or anything. Under the stream. It's like playing 1 Hour 1 Life again, where all of the sounds are made by the dev. Like when you start a fire and stuff.
I was under the
Oh.
bridge. But it was just a game.
Nah, you
This,
took
however,
the head.
is not a game.
You're
I
crazy.
was just playing. It's just a bad joke. Under the bridge. The church. Town. Speak. The White Lady.
Meow. Yikes. That's like a really realistic looking head. That's creepy. Oh, this is so creepy, dude. I'm gonna go put it with the rest of the bits. Under the bridge. I don't ever wanna feel like I did this day. Cut off my mother's head. Where are we taking it? It's a beautiful night out though, huh? That's been hit by a bomb. I wonder if I follow the candles or try and... It feels like follow the light. That's usually a pretty good idea. A light jog. Can I ride the bicycle with the head? Because that would be fun. No? Okay. Here she is. Whee! We gonna finish the job? She doesn't look very happy about it. No? Oh, that's so grim, dude. Take a picture though, you know? There we go. For the album. For the album. Low exposure probably work better, yeah. There we go. Creepy lights. Focus. Do we need a flash? Might be okay. Oh. Okay, close. Nice. That's a good one. That's a keeper. Let's see. Break the lock. A strange note. Check Martha's body at the cemetery. Develop the photo of the fetus. You can now use the telephone to make calls. Develop the photo. Alright, back to the darkroom. All will be revealed.
Power is back. Now I can develop the role and hopefully have my questions answered.
Can we go in this way? Mama. The bike was here. Poor dad, you know? Hey, I did a pretty good job at cleaning up, though. Kind of. The moment of truth. It's so going to be us, isn't it? But now I feel like we see that coming too much. I don't know. Could there be another little twist? Oh, I don't know. Let's develop that one. Card out of position. Aha. There we go. Can hardly see. But I don't know, what else could it even be at this point? Let me turn it down a bit because I feel like this place is gonna get bombed before we get out of here. It's gonna be really loud again. Clips, feel free to clip. It'll end up on the clips page. We have a Discord room for the clips as well.
Together we will sort out everything. Just you and I.
I think that's sub only though. Okay, did that one. To prove my madness. Well. This playthrough will probably go on YouTube as well, as long as it doesn't get claimed too badly, like blocked. He told me there was some issues with the music, but I didn't want to play with streamer mode on, because I would rather hear all the music. And then of the night, right? That's what's that's the one, isn't it? Right there. Someone getting whacked. Focus. Who's this? Uh-oh. Can hear someone coming. Is it going to be the doctor? It's going to be the police, isn't it? Right as we find out. Don't mind me, just in here with the proof.
Oh, dear God. So it's true. I killed my sister. I did everything to hide the truth. Then I killed my mother to rid myself of the guilt. But she was nasty and everything was her fault. God, what does that make me? I don't deserve to live a second longer. Maybe I will see her again and I can try and ask for her forgiveness.
Uh-oh.
But if there is nothing after death, at least I will be free from this suffering. I know it's not right, but I can't do this anymore.
Oh boy, shoot yourself, shoot the soldier. Ah!
I fired instinctively at that soldier, hitting him right in the head, but it was not a good idea. He obviously didn't come alone. When the others came in, I closed my eyes. I heard a lot of commotion and then felt a sharp pain in the stomach. They were kicking me while another tried in vain to convince himself that the soldier on the ground was still alive.
It was a,
me in the ribs, the back,
a hole,
the
not a click.
I couldn't breathe, and at the same time I felt the need to vomit. They were ordered to put me on a seat. They bound me up so tightly that I couldn't feel my hands or feet. On the seat next to me was my father. He was breathing, but he appeared to be unconscious.
Oh no, is this the rebels that we helped?
Started asking me questions. He kept hitting me in the face and head with some kind of short cane. It was so violent I thought my skull would crack open.
Because like they've got our
All
dad?
I could taste in my mouth was blood and broken teeth. I ran my tongue across my teeth, thinking to myself that I'd never be able to smile again. A frivolous thought, perhaps, but a painful one nonetheless. Part of my top lip was cut open and was hanging down. I foolishly tried to put it back in place using my tongue and lower lip.
Yo, this is why she was all scarred up at the beginning. Like right at the beginning.
They forced me to confess that my father had been carrying out all kinds of activity within the German army. Of course, I didn't know anything about it, so I tried to explain. But those punches... I would have done whatever it took to stop them. Whatever it took.
I wonder what would have happened if we tried to kill ourselves then.
I told them what they wanted to hear. The general said, "All it took were 2 slaps and you sold out your father, you German whore." Then he ordered my father to be executed.
Oh, well.
It took less than a moment.
Probably for the best. Let's be honest. Did just kill his wife.
He pointed to one of the soldiers and then he pointed to me. My time had come. They all left except for the soldier who had the unpleasant task of finishing me off. I wanted to die, but not like that. Terror engulfed me. I could almost hear the sound of my body evacuating. I had the gun pointed to my forehead. I couldn't look at his face. I stank. I felt indecent. Then he moved the gun on purpose and shot without hitting me. He had taken pity on me. It must have been my fate not to die. He quickly cut the ropes and pushed me to the ground, saying out loud, "It's done. The German whore has been dealt with." I was left motionless on the ground. He left, and I fainted again.
I bet that kind of thing happened all the time when people were told to, like, kill someone. Because it's, like, kind of crazy to do that, you know? You'd blatantly just, like, shoot to the side if it was, like, some prisoner or something. You'd be like, I'm not doing this.
When I came around, I did not know what to do. I was completely empty and felt pain everywhere. Everyone was dead. I was now alone in the world. I felt a desire to hear their voices
Where'd
one
Dad
last
go?
time on Daddy's recorder in the dark room. Provided the soldiers hadn't destroyed it, that is.
Well, didn't see that coming. I thought that was going to be the police to take us away, but it was the rebels coming to kill Dad. The anti-Nazis and all that.
Now I will wake her up and she will confess. You can bet on it.
What are you doing with your father's gun? It's dangerous. Stop it.
Talk. Tell me everything now. Tell me what you have done.
Okay. Calm down. I will tell you everything. I found that strange note when I woke up, and I immediately realized that something was wrong.
The truth.
Something was up with you, aside from your usual quirks. I came to check, but you weren't in your bedroom. You had spoken about the lake, and I got worried, so I called your father, and we went to see what was going on. We found you sitting in your underwear at the side of the lake. You kept saying that nothing had happened, and you kept repeating things like that. I hugged you to try and make you feel better, but you did not speak again for days. What is happening to you?
You should tell me what's going on. I'm not going to that loony bin.
I would never have wanted this, but I'm afraid you will harm yourself further. You were really hurting yourself in front of the piano that night. What else could we do?
You killed my sister and now you're afraid because I found out. So you're making up stories, aren't you? But I'm not falling for it this time.
What are you saying? Your sister? Please, no. I was not well. I didn't know what I was saying. So many years have passed. You were little then. I thought everyone had forgotten that nonsense.
Shut up. Don't speak. Don't say anything else.
What are you doing, my daughter? Why do you want to ruin your life?
I'm sorry. It wasn't me who just shot Mummy. It wasn't me.
I didn't know who I was anymore. Everything had fallen apart.
Well, the lady of the lake did say we
I
have
was
a
afraid
darkness
of
inside us
myself.
that'll do things we didn't want to do.
My God, it was terrible. I had always been convinced that I was too good for myself, but then I had become my own enemy. I was the danger. What should I have done? I thought about the puppet theatre in my old room. There I could find something in myself, perhaps. So I rushed to go play with it again.
Wow. Hey, they left my bag. This puppet theatre stuff's just reminding me of all the Animal Crossing. Hello, Mummy. What's going on? Oh, here I am, Father here. Oh. Uh-oh. He's crazy. Let's see. Are we seeing the place as it is for real this time? Let's see what our diary says.
21st of July. Lapo is dead. They shot me in the back when I discovered his body. I thought I had hit rock bottom. These are soulless, empty days. After so many awful events, I finally managed to meet the White Lady. Or so I believe. The line between reality and dreams is becoming less and less clear to me. I thought a lot about her words, but they didn't shed any light on my assumptions. They kept ringing in my mind. Maybe I will understand when the time comes. Now I know for certain that it was Mummy who killed Martha, when she thought that she was me. Only a week ago, all of this would have seemed impossible. I just need to find the proof. so she can pay for what she has done.
Okay. So that was our last entry. Do I have the lighter still? I'm glad this was just a spooky dark tale and not one filled with jumps though, because I jump so easily. And I like a dark story, a dark tale, when I'm not super prepped for horrors. Let's call the doctor. 6, 5, 9, 3?
Not now.
Oh. Okie dokie. Bit late for the doctor, I suppose. Let's be honest. Yeah, I'm thinking there is something here with the double-headed twin, because she said it runs in the family. So I feel like the quirks that the mum is referring to, I reckon, here's my little theory, I reckon this room, only we lived in there, but some days we were Juliana, and some days, or Julia, sorry, and some days we were Martha. We were like both the whole time, is what I think. I think we've got sort of like a twin in our head. Which kind of reminds me of one of my favorite books.
Giving birth to me. This is what remains in my memory of my mother's, nanny's, and father's stories. I remember little to nothing of my childhood at home. I have to try, though. Maybe the important events I should know are right there.
There you go. The truth. Oh yeah, Nanny. She's so got to be involved in this somehow. Dude, I love that there's another twist in this tale, because we could just see the other one coming.
How are you, madam? I feel a sharp pain.
So this is our mum. Yes, this is our birth, dude.
Do you need anything? I can feel it. The time has come.
For sure. Okay, that's... the sound effects. There we go. Uh-oh.
Everything is
That's
ready.
squeaky window. I mean, that could happen. Okay, she's going through a lot of stress right here. Okay. It's natural in childbirth.
Help! Something is wrong. Help! Irene is not well.
What if she died during childbirth or something insane? Hang on. Switch them up. Wink. Eric. Thank you so much for the 444.
How are you, honey?
Oh my god, Dad is so loud. Even in puppet form, Dad is so loud.
Weaker and weaker.
Call the doctor.
Doctor, hurry! Irena is sick.
Doctor from space.
Don't worry, Irene. The pain you feel is natural. Push, Irene, push.
Doctor getting a little close there. Give birth. Give birth action. Oh no. Hang on, what's happening here? I'm going towards death and life? Whoa. 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 Don't die. Stay alive. pop it out.
The baby is born.
I feel sick. I feel myself wasting away.
It's going to be okay.
So cool. I love this puppet stuff.
She has suffered so much. I have hurt her so much. Ever since I was born.
There was only one baby. Oh, don't tell me you hurt the dog. I love sausage dogs.
Mummy, I'm hungry.
No, it's not mealtime, you little nuisance.
Mummy, I'm thirsty.
Maybe this is why we got sent away to live with Grandma. She's the one who paints the pictures.
You just had a drink, whiner.
Mummy, I'm sleepy.
You can't sleep now.
Mummy, I have to pee.
That's enough! Go to your room!
Oh boy. Take balloon. Maybe she had, was it postnatal depression? Wee balloon.
Get out of my sight! I can stand you no longer!
Okay, Mummy, sorry.
How dare you! I will make you pay for that!
Uh-oh.
My hands are not enough! You need to learn properly this time!
Sorry, it was an accident, Mummy. Please don't hit me.
The cane.
Sorry, it was an accident, Mummy. Please don't hit me.
I hate that I'm being made to act this out. Oh no. And then she went mute, maybe. Bro, I don't know what's going on anymore.
This is just a game. Is it only a game? I believe the White Lady said that my lost memories would return in the place of my happy childhood. This is the only place I have ever been truly happy. Are these my memories then? Is this actually my life?
So maybe we were fine until she nearly, like, bloody beat us to death, eh? Oh my god, and then we, like, invented a twin? To, like, deal with it? Whoa.
My darling, Mummy loves you so much. Martha, don't you want to play with your sister? Julia, play with your sister.
Okay. Next. Are they broken? Oh, I have to change. Okay. Take the picture, throw the picture on the ground. So I'm inventing my memories. So this one is Martha because she doesn't speak, right? Can we cuddle, please?
game.
Cuddle. Yoink. Oh.
What are you doing? Are you crazy?
It's all Martha's fault.
I don't believe you.
What?
I saw that. You think you're so smart.
Don't punish Julia, Mummy. It's my fault. I asked her to do it. This has been like a long road to get here, but this payoff is totally worth it. This whole scene is
You're
insane.
too good, Martha. It's not your fault. I've seen it all.
Why is Mum crazy now? Why does she think there's two of us? Or this is just us making it up in our puppet show. This probably isn't even really what happened, right?
That's not true. You didn't see me, liar, liar.
Liar? To whom? Now let's see what happens to you.
And then there were all the pills everywhere that Mum was taking, right? So she's not mentally well either.
Come with me now. Sorry, Mummy. I'm so sorry. Come with me. I will put you in your place, girl.
This whole puppet mechanic is awesome. I would play like a whole mini story like this, which I guess we are kind of doing now, but like something standalone even. It's dope.
Sorry, Mummy. I won't do it anymore. I promise.
Too late. These false tears won't help you.
Try to break free.
Stay still.
No, not the dog. If anything happens to the dog, it'll be the worst part of the game. No! Mom! Oh, this is the silliness you were talking about?
Now I'll make you want to bark.
Mom! Stop.
Leave my dog alone.
I don't like that pot being there.
There's no point screaming, stupid girl.
Oh, okay, she deserved everything.
No, Mummy,
cut her up. Cut her up. No, that's awful.
You're insane.
That's the darkest thing so far.
Sure. Now I'll show you how insane I am.
Oh my god, you're gonna eat it? You're gonna make us eat it? Oh, Mom. No, Mom.
Help, Daddy, help!
What?
Screaming won't work. Your father is not here like usual.
Oh yeah, because he was off all the time and he was saying like, oh, I'm sorry I wasn't there when you were a kid and stuff.
Eat it.
Nah. She deserved to get the gun.
No! Eat!
Dad's off being a general.
I won't eat him.
No dog whimpers. Yeah, I will say actually the kind of the thing of this being the kid doing it with the sound effects and stuff makes it easier to digest and like get the story rather than it just being like really harrowing, because then the sound effects kind of make it more like a play even though it's super dark, you know? Damn. cog.
To
Wow.
remember, but I was so scared to remember too much, especially all at once. I didn't have time to guess exactly what happened. It was making me too upset.
So we're gonna get
Pulling
bombed.
out those memories was like trying to pull out a tooth on your own. Almost impossible, and far too painful. The White Lady told me that the church is a safe place and home to its children.
Honestly, what I'm
Tim,
kind of
my
confused
priest,
about
I have to talk to him. I have to call him on the telephone.
is that we're not like covered in blood right now, though. Like, I'm in my mind, I'm like, did the stuff with Dad even happen? Because like we're not covered in blood, and like they apparently knocked all of our teeth out and stuff, but I don't know. It's like kind of, we can't trust anything we're seeing. Okay, priest's number. 6938. I'm sort of thinking we were one kid, but Mum beat us and made us kind of crazy and then just continued to abuse us, so now we're kind of psycho.
Don Attilio speaking. Who is it?
Father, help me. They're all dead. Daddy, Mummy, everyone.
Julia, come to me immediately. Don't stay alone. It's dangerous. Come to town. You can stay here with me and we can talk about everything. Okay?
Okay, Father, but first I want to play with my puppets for a while.
Julia, don't be silly. Come to church right away.
Bless her. I know, it's been such a roller coaster going between thinking we were innocent and then being like, oh no, we're crazy, but then being like, oh my god, I see why we're crazy, and now like I feel sorry for her, even though we just wandered through the house holding our mother's head like 20 minutes ago. Goodness me. Like I say, I know their last game really focused a lot on mental health in old asylums and stuff, so... Oh, I don't get to play with my puppets? I actually do go to the church? Okay, take the bike. Why'd she say she wanted to play with the puppets? I guess we're listening to the priest. Yep. But I actually haven't played their previous game. But I heard it's good. Okay, so where would the church be? I guess up at that spot? Yeah? Oh wait, no, we're over there. Okay. Down, take a right. Honestly, all that's missing is this having a bell.
Thanks to the heroic assistance of Martha Kay, daughter of General Eric Kay, a mission devised by the partisans to steal weapons from the German army has been put to a stop. The same animals were involved in the killing of the general's other daughter, Julia Kay. And in an attempt to murder young Martha herself, the vile traitors were executed on the spot. Justice has been served for Italy, for Duce II.
Following chapter contains a scene exploring self, so we like to be the censored version. No, and don't give me spoilers. What the heck? I cut a baby out of someone earlier.
Those boys, they had all been killed, and it was my fault. They were my age, and a few of them were our friends. I didn't think it would go like that, but wasn't it obvious, really? What was I actually expecting? I felt like a coward. But what could I have done? Should I have betrayed my father? I loved my father, but I also loved my friend Lapo. Which side was I on?
So did we
I
not...
just listened to my heart. I thought it was the right thing to do. But instead, it was the worst thing I could have done.
I thought we helped them, but I guess we didn't. I guess it didn't matter what we chose, because we don't know what we're doing. Because it says...
I didn't go anywhere near the soldiers. Germans or allies. They had all caused me harm. I didn't want to approach anyone. For any reason.
Because it said Martha told them. So, like, again, we're blacking out and thinking we're someone else, where us as Gulia, like, helped the rebellion against the Nazis, and then we switched into Martha, and she sold them out, right? Like, that's what that's saying. We do have split personality. God, I'm so hungry, though. Absolutely starving. Got to finish this through now, though.
Once I crossed that threshold, I completely lost touch with reality. Everyone around me had died while I survived everything.
Oh. Hey, there's little me. Confession. Right? Oh. This escalated really quickly after the first 4 hours, huh? The last 90 minutes have been wild.
I don't remember how things went. I just remember a big light, and then photographs were being taken of me. There
Is
was
this
a
Ave
man
Maria?
dressed in white. A
I
doctor,
love
was
Ave
he?
Maria.
He was asking me questions, but I didn't understand what he was actually asking me. He wrote something on a piece of paper, and then 2 nurses led me away.
Oh, we're going to the asylum, dude.
I was in the mental asylum. Some women were talking to themselves.
The 2 masks was a
Others
clue.
cried. Some were even covered in their own filth. Others were violent and tried to hurt themselves any way possible. There was this one young woman who would pleasure herself all day long, incessantly, to the point where she would bleed.
Eek.
So they would tie her down to the bed screaming, cursing and talking gibberish for days on end. Once her wounds had healed and she was untied, she would just start again. That woman was me.
Oh.
They started to give me injections. What they gave me made my whole body shake. I broke my vertebrae and an ankle. I think it was called cardiazole or something like that. My body was like a fire that didn't want to be put out. When it appeared to be quenched, it would come back, even stronger than before. In the end, though, they won. I stopped screaming and masturbating. I stopped thinking. There was no longer any need for therapy. Something inside of me had died. But nevertheless, I insisted on carrying along this painful journey. I was stronger than I could ever have imagined.
Jesus Christ. Feet. Mate, what is this? Foot out of nowhere. Is this in VR? Jesus. This is like old school 70s 3D cinema when it's like coming out of the screen. When you watch those old films and you're just like, oh, that was the virtual reality, the 3D bit, sorry. Yo, this area is nuts, man. They just like saved all the weirdness and darkness for the last 90 minutes, right? Which is a shame because I feel like so many people won't get to this point. They might give up on it, but it's been worth it for the finale, you know, like this final chapter. And you needed that slow burn to be like, what's happening here? And to have it feel like your world fell apart and like experience that element of like, wait, but what, all that stuff that happened, you know, like they had to set it up with that slow burn. There was no other way to get this result with the last 90 minutes of just being like, wait, I don't have a twin, you know, like you had to do all that other stuff to feel like you weren't crazy.
Who are you? Wait, wait. I want answers. Don't go away.
Still with the sign language.
Talk to me about Martha, please.
Martha is dead. I am Martha. Martha does not exist. I mean, the game is called Martha is Dead, but I feel like Martha doesn't exist. But also, I am Martha. Okay, this way.
Martha does not exist. She never existed. She's just a figment of my imagination. Impossible. I remember her. I loved her.
Ooh, this music's good.
In some respect, Martha does exist. She is within me. Part of me is Martha, and another part is Julia. It's extremely painful. And Mother? Is she alive?
I'm pretty sure we killed her, dude.
Mummy is dead. Nobody knows that better than I do, unfortunately. It's useless to try and deceive ourselves. Did I do what I think I've done?
So maybe Martha was actually, like, because she took all the blame in that letter where she was like, oh, I did all this stuff and you got blamed for it, you got in trouble. It was actually us blacking out and doing stuff as Martha, and then Julia would be like, Martha did it, and they're like, I'm gonna beat this out of you because you're crazy, like there is no Martha, you know?
Yes, damn it. It really happened.
And that's why the
I
Martha
cut her
side
into
felt guilty.
pieces and buried her under the bridge. God, all that blood. My God, I knew it. What about Daddy? The soldiers? Did that really happen?
God, I don't know. Did it?
It happened. He was shot right in front of me.
Oh, I didn't push anything.
Fear, pain, shame. I can't remove it.
That bit I'm not sure about.
I cannot relive it either. Unfortunately, I knew that already. What about Nanny?
Because why would the body be gone? The bombing, I guess.
Poor Nanny. She really had nothing to do with it. But she died in our villa due to the bombings. We saved ourselves for some time by taking refuge at her house. Privileges for being rich. Feelings don't count for much, though. My poor Nanny. I'm afraid to ask about Lapo.
I feel like the choices here don't even matter. It's just actually asking you what you thought, how you interpreted things, and any of these options will do. Also, if that's the case, what the hell was I doing in the crypt when I thought I was cutting a baby out of someone? What's going on there? He's dead, he's fine, he doesn't exist. Do you know what? The whole spy thing could have been some crazy fantasy. She's climbing up phone poles and cutting the wires and stuff. I reckon she invented all of that.
Lapo probably doesn't exist. That's the most logical explanation. I've invented so many things. He's probably also one of them. That's what I thought too. One last question. The pregnancy?
I don't think there was one.
There was no pregnancy. All of it came from my sick mind. So many inventions. What else did I invent? What else will I discover? That's enough now. All of these questions are pointless, aren't they?
That's what I said.
It's all inside of us.
It's whatever you want it to be.
We just need to turn the mirror. Is it not all just the reflection of an unknowable existence? Nothing more than a puppet show.
Yes, turn it then.
ready for everything with open arms, even ready to kill. Legs always ready to run.
I'm guessing this is like symbolic of how you would switch in our mind between the two, right? This is like blacking out.
The womb that conceived in sin. Lastly, the mind. To protect us, it has turned us into monsters. Either way, we cannot live like this, can we? I'll take care of it. I don't need to worry. I'll try to sleep if I can. I've got this.
Giving yourself a pep talk. I've got this? Oh, damn, dude. That's crazy. Well. Yikes. With the pendant.
On the 26th of July, San Casciano was bombed and the church was destroyed. But I was not there then. I was already in the asylum. Once again, stubbornly, I was not dead. The bombs hadn't killed me, and I had also survived myself. The most absurd test and the hardest one. The war ended some time ago now, both out there and inside of me. I was on the wrong side of the gate, but now I can turn the page. Life is opening its doors again, isn't it? If I hadn't been so lucky to survive myself, I would have thrown everything away. We think that danger is all around us, ready to attack. But the most devious and misleading dangers are the ones that are inside of us. They grow without us realizing. They make us suffer, remain confused, and remove our self-respect. I would have wanted to ask for help, but I was alone. This is my story. Thank you for being here, for listening to me. Now I'm ready to leave.
This close-up's
How
very
long will
creepy.
it take to get home?
You going home? I don't think they're letting you out. Gotta be honest. New skin unlocked. Fortunately, today it's possible to ask for help and receive it, even if we're alone, even if we're desperate, even if it feels like life doesn't make sense. If it feels like there's nothing left for us, it's only because we can no longer see it. There's always something to live for, something great. Could be just around the corner. Oh, bless him. Bless him for trying to be upbeat at the end of an absolutely dark and devastating game. They're like, cheesy smile, 2 thumbs up. It's alright, guys. Jeez. Don't worry. You could take up photography. You could learn to play the oboe. It's fine, guys. Here's a list of hobbies. Here's some resources for photography. This was awesome. This was really cool. I really liked this. I like that it's kind of left open-ended. I feel like I know what happened, but also I feel like I'm not supposed to know exactly what happened. I think we're supposed to be confused because obviously the message is that kind of like mental health thing, much like with their previous game, of having that experience and not really knowing. Obviously we did something and we ended up in the asylum, like that much is true. Whether the soldiers were real, whether we was like maybe invented that whole, like it made no sense, right? For the shootout to happen in the woods, right? For the shootout to happen and then like find Lapo there and he's dead and stuff and then get shot, like all of that was probably a delusion, an invention. That makes the most sense. But the realization that you don't have a twin and that's kind of in your head and from a product of your childhood is pretty bananas. That's very cool. I feel like the last hour and a half really took this game home from the all the setup previous. I was like, this is cool, like I'm enjoying it. I don't really know what's going on. And then all of that nutsiness was awesome. And super dark, but very cool. I feel like the spy stuff was in our head, the soldiers were in our head, Martha was in our head the whole time, and then we just like ended up killing our mum, honestly, and going to the asylum. And I don't know what happened with Dad. I feel like maybe Dad was never even there because we were always alone in the house, right? I'm sure there'll be tons of theory videos and stuff on this picking it apart, but that's kind of like on the top of my head. I don't know if you guys agree or if you think anything different. Let me know in the chat what you think. I think we definitely didn't have a twin and we're just not very well, honestly. Would be my explanation of it, I think. Especially with the whole two-headed baby thing. But then, what was the two-headed baby thing? Because there wouldn't have been a body in the crypt. We must have just gone down there and imagined that, you know? It don't make no sense because we're crazy. But I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Symbolism for the split personality, yeah, I agree. Loved the ending though. This could have gone either way. Like, if it hadn't have really picked up, or if the ending had been unsatisfying, like, say it just ended with us killing and burying Mum, I would have been like, oh, that was... kind of saw that coming and was disappointing. But, honestly, it surprised me, like, the ways that it did, even though I kind of clocked the whole twin didn't exist thing right before it happened. I feel like that's kind of the way the best reveals go, is like, it lets you get there before it tells you that you're right anyway. You have that kind of moment of like, oh, and then it's like, yes, which is cool. What does that mean? What does 89% mean? Does that mean I did 89% of the game? There's probably more clues, honestly, like the different phone numbers and the side quests and things. 89%'s not bad though, considering I wasn't trying to 100% and call all the numbers and stuff, but maybe there's some more clues there if you call the numbers at the right time. Which also explains the fact we just like sat at the piano and started singing. And it was like, why are we outing ourselves after pretending to be deaf, but she'd been doing that her whole life? Very cool. One that stays with you. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Anyway, if that was a dark game and you need some lightness, may I recommend a YouTube channel that is mine, youtube.com/madmorph, where I just happened to upload a super cozy and satisfying game today called A Little to the Left, and lots of other cozy and lovely content to cheer you up. Or maybe you need a bedtime story. I have a podcast where I read you bedtime stories. All of these things can pick you back up and make you feel good, because I don't have time to, because it's 2:30 in the morning and I need to go to sleep.